Hey YouTube, that's a good way to start. Hope everyone's having a fantastic weekend. Today, we are continuing the life and suffering of Sir Brante. In the times of the fall of the blessed Arcanian Empire, I'm not fooling myself into thinking this will be a finale stream like last time. I'm also not gonna fucking destroy my throat like last time. We're gonna go for a few hours. My goal for today is to get us to the end of our adulthood, our judge career, the revolt, the revolution. We're gonna aim for this. We're almost to the end. I think today we're gonna wrap up our judgehood, try and nail Dorian Otten, but it's getting shaky. We fucked around a lot, and now everything is coming to a head, and we're about to find out. I'm not sure if our career is going to crash and burn with no survivors, but the fires are definitely rising. So, like and subscribe, and let's get into this. Oh yeah, I forgot. We left off with Mom dying. I forgot completely. Mom's ship has been sinking for about 25 years, and it's finally sunk. We did our best to hold the family together, but Gloria ruined it. It's all our sister's fault. Deafening silence fills your home. You're standing by Mother's bedside. So are Father, Gloria, and Nate. For an entire day, Mother has been feverish, barely conscious. Gloria never leaves her side, not even for a minute. Nathan has stopped drinking so he can offer your sister his awkward help. Goddamn, Nate. You could have been so much better. You burned yourself out. Mother's health deteriorated greatly over the past year, and the fighting the family home has dealt a great blow. I wonder whose fault that is. That is one very specific person's. This is basically confirmation that Gloria killed Mom. This is literal confirmation. Hard, stone cold facts. It is a fact that Gloria killed Mom, and here's the evidence. I'm not the one saying it, the story itself is saying it. Gloria killed Mom. She's that much of a bitch. I am never going to forgive Gloria. You have been to every doctor and folk healer, but no one can help her. They all tell you the same thing. Lady Lydia's life is in the hands of the twins now. If she passes away, she will not come back. And so you wait by Mother's bed in sorrow, hoping that she will regain consciousness. There's a long silence that no one has the courage to break. Then at last you hear Nate's meek, alcoholic voice. Ma, it's me, Nate. Can you hear me? Mother suddenly rises on her elbows. She looks around, her eyes unseeing, beads of sweat forming on her pale forehead. Yes, Gran, you are right. Gloria is so radioactive, she gave Mom cancer. It's unreasonable. It's so... Gloria is just the worst. I don't know why Gloria is so bad, but... Okay. Now we back. But yes, Gloria is so radioactive. My son! Where are you? Nate takes Mom by her thin, emaciated hand. She leans close to look at him, struggling to recognize his face. Stefan! Were you playing with your younger brothers in the garden? You must be all dirty. Come here. You may not be my son, but I care for you as though you were my own. Oh, what a nice happy family we have. A blessing from the twins. Holy shit. This scene is absolutely dumpstering on Gloria. Gloria has to be bedside, just mauling the fuck out. That on her deathbed, Mom recognized Stefan as her son. And there's no shot that we're getting through this scene without Gloria mauling out. Nate is unsure what to do or say as he recognizes that Gloria just got dumpstered. Father strokes his wife's hair. His eyes are two orbs of searing, indescribable pain. You're a little confused, Lydia. This is Nate, and the children are all grown up now, remember? Mother's eyes were bright and alive just now, but the next moment, they grow dim. Her head falls weakly back onto the pillow. Right, my husband. The children grew up. I was never able to teach them how to live in peace with each other. Two of us, Stefan and me, we did our best. We tried our damnedest to get this family held together. Nate didn't actively try and blow it up, but he didn't help. But Gloria refused to learn a single goddamn lesson. We are starting hot and heavy on me raging about Gloria. I completely forgot this was going to be the start. I let you down, Robert. You made a mistake when you took me into your home. You saved my bitch of a daughter and me from a life of poverty, and how did I repay you? Gloria. Here we go. Here we go, boys. Let's lock in. What are you saying, Mother? Don't you dare blame yourself. You did your best. You did all you could. Here it comes. She's not leaving it at that. Father looks away, unable to hold back the deluge of tears. Mother's voice, excuse me as I porky the pig out. Mother's voice, so faint now, calls out to you. And Powerlines, that's me. It's me. Where is he? My son with a name unlike all the others. With great care, you move closer to Ma. You answer her quietly. You're here, right by her side. Powerlines, I'm so happy to know you're here. I always knew greatness awaited you ever since you were a little boy. What a shame I won't be there to see it. I couldn't save the Brante family. I will face my punishment at my final judgment. But don't worry, my dears. I am ready to stand before the twins. No, don't go to the false gods. You're useful to me. Lydia Brante's voice trails off. No longer a voice, just a final whisper of life. Will you accept your mother's death, or will we find a way to fight for her? Ooh. Interesting. Interesting. So obviously we can only accept Mom's death. It's gonna cost... Ooh. It's gonna tank her unity. Ooh. It's gonna tank our relationship points too, but that's fine. We can tank Dad's losing 1 point. We don't care about Gloria anymore. We don't need her points now that she's married off. And Nate is nice to have, but he's still positive, so that's okay. The willpower hit, that's huge. That's gonna take us to -5. And I think -2 unity is below the breakpoint. Yeah. We won't be at 0, but we're gonna be dangerous. If we had no secret plot with Stefan, and Gloria was not betrothed, and we had our unity at or above 7, we could have united the family. For the sake of Mother's recovery, you put an end to the quarrel that is tearing your family apart. You have to make Gloria part of the Brante house, even if her name will be forever branded by dishonor. That's... God. Gloria is just the worst. Even the good end for Gloria is destroying the family. It is what it is. You reinvigorate Mother so she can fight off her willness by your sheer strength of willpower, I guess. But you would have had to have family unity at or above 8. That's interesting. So there is a way to save Mom without torpedoing the family with Gloria. And arguably... Hold on. Hold up. So, not even arguably, objectively, the option to unite the family while marrying off Gloria is the objectively superior option here. Because look at this. it requires a higher unity to do, which implies you're way better off. And like, sure, you'll get the quote, the family is at peace, but at the cost of destroying any hope of the family. So what the fuck? The Gloria option is always the wrong option. If you're gonna go unity, you go all the way, or else Gloria torpedoes you. Holy shit. It's ridiculous, man. Fucking Gloria. Anyways, mom's dead. Your heart aches and grows numb as you realize the inevitable. There is nothing you can do to help your dying mother. There is nothing that would give her strength. Your family has grown weak from all the spite and strife that filled our home because of Gloria. Even now at mother's deathbed, you can feel the enmity, disappointment, and anger driving your family apart. Children, accept this humbly. Her voice trails off, her eyes grow dull. Her cold hands release yours, fall onto the bed, and grow still. The last emotion on Mother's face is a sadness born of exhaustion as she looks at Gloria. I'm not letting it go. Gloria mauls out. It begins. Here comes the nuclear fallout from Gloria. We did this to her. We fought so much that we killed her. No, Gloria, you did this to her. Singularly, you did this to her. Even Nate did more to try and hold the family together than Gloria. Gloria was the only person, besides maybe Granddad, but he was different. He was a different case. Gloria is the only person in the household that actively tried to ruin everything and kill her mother. It is what it is. Gloria is just that radioactive. Nate yelps with grief. Yelp! He runs away howling. Is he a werewolf? I'm just imagining Nate like just screaming as he scampers through the house now, running aimlessly. Father slowly sits and takes his late wife's hand in hers. His tears flow no more. His eyes stare far into the distance, empty and bleak. Lydia. You mourn her together, but alone. You leave the house to roam the garden, empty and numb. Mother has left this world for the peak of the pillar to face the twins' judgment. She spent all her life preparing for this journey. Wait. The option to unite the family with Gloria didn't say that it stopped Mom from dying. So the Gloria route kills Mom, no matter what. It's so fucked up. Gloria is so fucked up. Holy shit. But now her mortal life has ended. She is no longer here. Never again will she gather her family at the table. Never again will she offer a word of solace in these trying times. Never again will she greet you with her quiet, humble smile. Never again will she pick up and shake Nate. You bury your face in your hands. Lydia Brante, your mother has left the world. Oh no! Oh no! Yeah. Interesting that Stefan wasn't. Is that because Stefan is still holding the torch for the family? That's my assumption. Stefan didn't lose a relationship point because he's still holding the torch for the family. Because Stefan always sees the big picture. That was the good thing that Granddad instilled in him. Stefan sees the big picture for the Brante family. But he wants to bring us all along on the ride. He doesn't want to leave anyone behind. That's the difference between Granddad and Stefan. And yeah, Gloria doesn't want to go on the ride. She never asked for it, but she's trying to destroy the ride everyone else is already sitting on. Alright. Hopefully Gloria's marriage is the next event, and we just get her, she gets yeeted out of existence for us. Yeah. I think there's a long shot. There's a long shot that we can get the Unity up back past 4, but that's a long shot. In fact, I'm actually worried that Unity is going to go down again when Glory gets married off, even though objectively that should raise Unity. But we'll find out. Hold on, I need to fix my camera. There we go. I'm a little tuckered out. I'm not gonna lie. We all saw how hard I mauled it out against Gloria last time. I'm exhausted. I'm all tuckered. Year 1144. Mother lost her fight to the severe illness that was never described. Yeah, it was never described. She will never return from the hereafter. Sag. Lydia was a good character. I liked her. It was touch and go there when we were a kid because she's so ride or die for the twins. But I imagine if you go the religious route, Lydia has a way bigger impact on you than if you're a judge. Probably also if you're lotless too. What? Hold up. So our mom literally died yesterday, and now our girlfriend is calling us for a booty call. It has been a long time since your last encounter with Octavia Milanitis. You have come to expect to run into her from time to time in the most unusual of circumstances. But Octavia has all but disappeared, vanished completely from Imperial High Society. Probably roaching out before her dad gets killed. The one night, you come home to find a letter bearing the heraldic serpents of the Milanitis dynasty. The handwriting is not Octavia's. This letter was penned by the Archduke himself. Oh, she survives in either of the other choices. Okay. Maybe I just didn't read it. I didn't notice it. We, Duke Tarquinius of the Great Milanitis dynasty, salute you, Judge Powerlines Brante. We have been made aware of your relationship with our with our daughter Octavia, but we shall leave the particulars of this relationship for another time. Lady Octavia has disappeared. It has been 1 month since she was last seen in any of our holdings within the city of Enizote. We, Archduke Milanitis, expect you, Brante, to aid us in finding our lost daughter. That's interesting. Is this his roundabout way of, like, being on side with his daughter being with a human instead of a smurf? He's obviously a villain. Look, he is 10,000% villain coded. His first name is Tarquinius, for God's sakes. Grand Moff Tarkin over here. But I think our prospective father-in-law is testing us. Hopefully she never told him about what happened on his throne. Also, hey, hope you look forward to it. It's been a great series so far with this game. This is one of my favorite games I've played this year and last year, honestly. Tread carefully, lest you attract unwanted attention to this matter. The reputation of the Milanitis dynasty is at stake. Do not fail us, Judge Brante. The Archduke's expectation represents a direct order to find her as soon as possible. To refuse him would spell certain and immeasurable disaster. You begin looking for Octavia immediately. The building where the Circle of Latari used to gather was abandoned long ago. Really? But we turned them into a proper historical society. You have no hope of finding any of Octavia's followers there. You decide to search the prefecture archives. You spend an entire morning going through each and every case and report concerned with ancient races and rituals of old, even indirectly. After a long search, you finally stumble upon a familiar name, Alexia Lance. Oh god, the Rance. It's Mr. Rance. If you know, you know. A noble from an influential bloodline. You impersonated him when you infiltrated the Circle of La Terre 2 years ago. Their archives say that El Lance was reported multiple times to be searching for another faith. It claimed he was seeking to understand the design of the twins in his own way. You chuckle upon seeing this. The original Elance was one of the first humans ennobled by Char Melanitis himself. The proud name of his forefather is the only thing that saved the willful Alexei from the Inquisition's pyres. Regardless, he is your only clue to Octavia's whereabouts. You head for the Elance mansion at once. You tell the servants at the door that you have an urgent matter to discuss with their master. A tall, gaunt nobleman with a thick beard walks down the stairs to greet you, studying you intently during the introduction. His eyes seem to be locked in a perpetual state of pain, but is different from the ever-familiar pain and suffering of the common lot. You inform Elance sternly that you are aware of his involvement in the Circle of La Torre and hint that his noble origins may not save him from an inquisitional visit this time. You are looking for Octavia Melanitis. Where's our girlfriend? We also might be in trouble here because we are at negative willpower. So we won't be able to do anything special. The eccentric nobleman lets out a rueful chuckle. He is not one to hide the truth. The Circle of La Torre is here, within these walls, Elance tells you. But Lady Melanitis is currently conducting a ritual of the utmost importance. No one may interfere. The rite will return the La Torre to this world. Or rather, it will return the world to the eternal fold of the La Torre. Is our girlfriend summoning Cthulhu? Octavia, are you summoning Cthulhu in there? You resolutely walk past Elance and is intellectualizing and march up the stairs. The servants rush to stop you, but one stern glance is enough to remind them of their lot. Upstairs, you hear the familiar droning chant. You fling open the massive, gilded double doors leading to the sitting room. The silhouettes in gilded masks and flowing garb are here, undulating in their dance and producing all manner of strange sounds. In the center of their dancing is Octavia Melanitis, lying prostrate on the floor. I wonder if this would have been different if instead of turning this cult into a historical society, if we went through the, we had the religious experience with them. Because I remember we did that on the first run. And like, we tapped the hive mind for a moment. So I wonder if this would be different. Octavia's dying. A sea of blood has already been drained from her slashed wrists, but she is still alive. You break through the Circle of La Torre followers and rush to Octavia's side. The Archnean opens her dark eyes to look at you. The world is reflected in them, growing faint and dim. She wheezes a true death rattle. Octavia's body melts away your arms. Wait, what? My arms. I needed them! Long fingers rest on your shoulder. They belong to Alexia Elance. Lady Octavia will not be reborn, he tells you. She has left her body and soul alike. She has become La Torre. What? Without a word, the members of the circle slowly part and spread out around the large room. The deed is done, says Elance. Sending one of our number to commune with the La Torre is the most we could have hoped for. I think you just killed a smurf. I'm pretty sure they kill you for that. What? Oh god, she turned into an elf. Oh fuck. Not an elf. Not even a good-looking elf. A fucked up Elder Scrolls elf. Jesus Christ. Look at the inbred high elf features of this one. God damn, not even a Dunmer. Well, she might still be blue-skinned. Let's find out. She might be a Dunmer. A Dunmer. Maybe she's from the sixth tribe in the House Unmourned. Before you can compose yourself, the creature that was once Octavia flows into the room. Everyone falls silent, watching in wonder and awe. You can still recognize Octavia's features in this creature. It seems to float in the air, its body thinner, its skin now, ah shit, it's a high elf, gilded and reflective in the candlelight. Its eyes larger and bizarrely elongated. Octavia's followers cover the creature's delicate shoulders with a cloak, and stand reverently before it. The creature that was once an Arcane approaches you, slowly, without touching the ground. Its voice drones, remote and distant, like an echo from a faraway realm. Hex, Octavia. You have borne witness to a rebirth. The one you call Octavia Melanitis is no more. The mind of the Lottery now resides within this body. Ugh. The one called Octavia has cast off the shackles of your narrow world. She has awakened, now free of blood-tied birth and other such burdens. She sees the world as it exists in the mind of the Lottery, the only true world, for all other worlds exist within it. Neither you nor any other denizen of your illusory world can return the one called Octavia to her cage. You must leave human Powerlines, Brante. The one you seek is no more. Ooh. Okay. Interesting that we have some options here. Okay. Demand that Octavia be returned to her family for +1 reputation, but Octavia betrays us. Ooh. No, that's betrayed by us. Interesting that we'll still be at positive girlfriend points. And the Archduke will owe us a favor, maybe. Let the Lottery go. You leave that interfering for -1 reputation, which would be bad for us. We need to get that to 7 or 8, I think. Accept our beloved's transformation. You sure the now transformed Octavia that you still care for her? It'll tank us down to -10 willpower and lose a reputation, but we gain spiritual bond. Interesting. We can't do it. Okay, so this is if we did the ritual instead of turning it into a proper historical society. That would have been another -1 reputation. Would have given us willpower. I see. So this is the better option for the willpower? So our real options are take a reputation and willpower hit for the spiritual bond, which I don't know what that will do. Yeah, she's basically a Daedric prince now. I have a feeling that'll I have a feeling the spiritual bond will occur when we die our true death. Like maybe she'll save us from the twins or something. That's my best guess on what that means. Or return her to her dad, which will increase her reputation point and give us an Archduke point, which is interesting. This is our first direct interaction with the Archduke himself. I have a feeling the coming revolution is going to be sparked by him rebelling against the Empire. That's my assumption. And the +1 reputation would help us recover the points we lost. And I like Octavia mostly because she was the best girlfriend by default. But now she's a high elf, not even a cool Dunmer. Now she's a high elf Daedric princess. And I don't know about that. If we were equals like our relationship was supposed to be, Octavia should have told us about this. So clearly she never really, in her heart of hearts, considered us equals. Like, we can still go for the spiritual bond with her now. Which maybe breaks the Matrix and gets us out. But then we risk going to the Matrix sequel movies, and I don't want to do that. So I'm leaning towards actually turning her in to her dad for that reputation. And Octavia will be betrayed by us, but she'll still be at +2. She'll probably hold a grudge, but she maybe won't hate us. And maybe we'll actually end up married to her anyways. We'll have a weird Cthulhu girlfriend. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I'm gonna go for the reputation point because we kind of really need that. We're in the last sprint of this chapter. This is our last chance to get points to become El Brante. Like, to work with our bro here. We need to appease Stefan. Because we kind of tanked the reputation a while. Okay. You produced the Archduke's letter and extended to the creature that was once Octavia. You must return to Serpenverda at once, you say. The Archduke demands it. The creature takes a brief look at the letter, and for a moment its face contorts into Octavia's familiar, furious scowl. You do not understand. The Lottery are not a part of the one called Octavia's illusory world. The Lottery care not for this world. We contain within us all the peoples and all the worlds that may be. Unhand us, human Brante. But you do not let go. And then Octavia turns her head and looks at you. The creature's eyes are nothing but emptiness, darkness. It swallows you in an instant. For an unknown time, you cease to exist. No family, no calling, no people, no things. Never born, never died, never lived. You ought to be terrified, you realize, but the man who ought to be terrified has ceased to exist, just the same. Did we just bad end? How long it'll last, you cannot tell. You gain consciousness in your bed back home. The servants say a strange, gaunt, bearded man brought you an unconscious body home in his carriage last night. He said something odd when he handed you over. He faced the truth and failed to accept it. Those were his words. As soon as you recover from this experience, you head to Castle Serpenverda. The Archduke will not tolerate any days when it comes to his daughter's fate. The guards escort you to the ancient throne room where we soiled his throne with his daughter. The same room where Octavia once gave us a Hummer. On the throne sits the Archduke, sullen and dour. His face resembles that of a bird of prey. His lips are tightly pressed. His body is hunched, intense. You kneel before the reigning lord of the province. Quote-unquote reigning. I have no time for formalities, Brante. Tell me what happened to Brante. Wait, tell me what happened to Octavia. You remain kneeling, your eyes cast down. You tell him about everything that happened in the Circle of Lottery and explain the mystery and rebirth of Octavia Melanitis. You describe how you attempted to stop the ritual and return Octavia to her family estate, but the creature that was once her told you that Octavia was no more. Archduke Melanitis listens, showing no emotion, but his hand clutches at his scepter harder and harder with every word. Does he even believe what you are saying? After you finish, he remains silent for a long while, thinking. Finally, he speaks. Would that you had lied to me, Brante, but you have told me no lies. I know what my daughter is capable of. What happens now is of none of your concern. You'll forget any ties you had to Octavia, as well as my orders, forever. I intend to repay my debt to your family. Nobility of the province will know about my gratitude to you. But tread lightly, Sir Powerlines, for my favor does not last forever. Farewell. Okay, interesting. The high road takes you back to Anazote. Empty in the dark night, you cannot help but think of Octavia, or of the creature she has become. The creature that called itself Lottery has disappeared without a trace. The Archduke's men scour the entire city, but cannot find her. Will you ever see her fragile, ethereal silhouette again? Probably. It's interesting. I kind of miss our girlfriend. She was cool. She still has sympathy, but we betrayed her. And this might come back. We might have fucked around. We might find out. However, I'm taking that short-term reputation. Because, like I said, we're in the final sprint of this chapter, and we need to get it up. We're only at half-mast. We gotta get it up. Archduke's daughter turned into a Cthulhu. Well, a high elf. A high elf Daedric. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. The Gilded Cage, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up with that. Okay. I swear to God, if we lose unity and reputation because of this bitch again. Stefan's efforts are about to bear fruit. All the arrangements have been taken care of. All the negotiations are done. Gloria, she'll marry Sir Jose L. Pelletier. He has no idea what he's in for. But thank God she's not our problem anymore. It was no easy task to arrange this match between a nobleman and a commoner whose father has rejected her. Every single member of El Pelletier's family did their best to change the young nobleman's mind, but he refused to relent. Stefan did his best too. He spent an eternity convincing the groom's family that Gloria has received an excellent education and will make Sir Jose a fine wife. And so the wedding day has come. The family prepares Gloria for the long journey. The wedding ceremony will be held at a church next to the El Pelletier estate. As tradition demands, no one else is allowed to attend the wedding. Gloria is completely silent today. She meekly allows the servants to change her into the coarse, humble garments her lot demands she wear before the twins, all without saying a word. Gloria, say something, I beg of you. This marriage is the best thing the Brante family can do for you. You're about to join a noble bloodline. Gloria stares back at Sir Robert, her mother's husband, who never... That ungrateful bitch. He was her dad. Holy shit. I think it's more likely I'll be added to their family's opulent collection as another exhibit. But still, from the bottom of my heart, I thank you, Sir Robert. You destroyed the last of my illusions. My fate rests in the hands of my noble masters, and it always will. Thank you, God. You know what? I'll say it. Thank the twins. Thank the twins. This nightmare of Gloria is finally ogre. It's so ogre. We have never been more ogre, and I can't believe it's finally here. Your father responds with a heavy sigh, at a loss for words. You prefer not to intervene. We're just happy. We're just happy to be here. Gloria would rather not speak to you anyway. Just outside the door, you hear the neighing of horses in Stefan's excited voice. Gloria! Your groom has arrived! The man who enters Gloria's chambers behind Stefan is Gloria's betrothed, Jose L. Pelletier himself. His dignified bearing and the thin features of his wistful face betray his noble origins. An elegant earring glints in his ear, a concession to modern high fashion. El Pelletier greets the bride's family with a gallant bow and gently kisses the hem of Gloria's dress. The young noble of the sword takes great pains to remain composed, but, standing so close to his future wife, he cannot help but let his emotions show. Good sirs, I fell in love with Gloria the moment I laid eyes on her at that fateful party so long ago. If I may, I give you my word that you're giving her to a respected and prosperous home. Probably more respected and prosperous than ours, honestly. We're not doing so hot right now. We're kind of bad. I mean, our reputation is slowly going up, but we're still in poverty. I kind of fucked around a little too much. And from what Sir Stefan has told me, your family standing will only benefit if Gloria becomes a member of another... Are we about to gain reputation? Oh, holy shit. This might be it. We might be getting our El Brante because of this. Oh my god. Holy shit. I'm so happy for Gloria to be married. After all, I'm a born nobleman with a hereditary title. No scandalous rumors or gossip regarding my wife's origin can ever harm me. And any man who dares to speak a word of slander against Gloria shall face a duel to the true death. Well, I kind of banned that, so please don't. Well said indeed. A most wonderful outcome for everyone involved. Yes. Gloria will want for nothing. I will keep her safe from all the world's troubles, free to write poetry, indulge in entertainment, and serve her husband. The enamored noble gazes at Gloria with a tender expression. She hides her eyes behind her unkempt hair. There's a hopeless look about her. Look, the serve your husband thing, it was a different time. It is what it is. That's just marriage back in these days. But Gloria she got a golden parachute out of the shithole that is the Brante family. She's an ungrateful bitch. Gloria, my love, it is time. Our journey calls. The temple is ready for the ceremony. Very soon we shall announce the sacred intertwining of our destines. Clearly that's destinies, not destines. To the twins themselves. And then your new home and new life await. I would do as you say, Sir Pelletier. Please allow me to say my goodbyes to the gentlemen who have given me food and shelter. Is she about to give us one last fuck you? Look, I'll give it to her. I'll let it ride. Look, she's getting married. This is her big day. She can do whatever she wants. She's not my problem anymore. To father, she gives a deep bow full of reverence. The family patriarch remains silent, but tears run down his face. Then your sister embraces Nate, who came home gloomy and worse for wear even today. I'm sorry I drank all night. I couldn't stop. I just couldn't accept that you won't be at home anymore. Oh my god, Nate. Get your shit together, man. Can we marry Nate off? She ruffles her younger brother's hair and whispers something in his ear. His face brightens, if only a little. And then she bows to Stefan. A bow so impeccable, it can only be interpreted as mockery. Only if you're a dumb bitch like Gloria. She walks past you scornfully, refusing to recognize your presence with even the slightest gesture. No offense taken. You're not my problem anymore. What you eat do not make me shit. Not anymore. Farewell, Powerlines. I must admit, you did a fine job getting me out of the way. I hope it was worth it. Yeah. Yeah, it was. Absolutely was. Even if we lose unity, even if we lose wealth, even if we lose reputation, getting that bitch out of my life was worth it. But by all accounts, we're going to gain. You remain silent. We're happy. No thoughts head empty. El Pelletier takes Gloria to his carriage. The driver flicks his whip, and the horses take the bride and groom outside the city into the church to face the twins and the austere ritual that awaits them. Once wed, they will head straight for the groom's estate. They're gonna fuck! Gloria has left the Brante home for good. Oh, it's so good for the nightmare to be over. I'm so happy. With an expression of great relief, not as relieved as me, bro, Stefan closes the door. He sits in an armchair by the window, his hand cradling a glass of wine. At last, we've done a great deed, my brother. We've arranged for the best possible life for Gloria, and removed the last obstacle standing between us and the nobility of the sword. Thank you, God. Thank you, twins. Thank you, Granddad, who caved my skull in after I kicked him in the shins. Oh, fuck. It was a long road to get here, but we got here together, Stefan. Now there's nothing preventing me from putting our family's affairs in order. This is my duty as heir. And most importantly, we need to put all ties to Gloria behind us. She's gone from the Brante home for good. Thank the twins and their mercy. I agree. What say you, Powerlines? You won't stand in my way, will you? Surely you won't deny that our family's affairs are my responsibility. Really? Several times with Gloria. We're gonna do this, honestly. We're gonna do this. Easiest choice in my life. We gained 2 Stefan points as if we needed them. We're already maxed out. Come on, bro. We lose a unity. Who gives a shit? We're gonna get to 6 unity, so we only need 2 more, I think. Maintain family ties with Gloria. No. Oh, God. If I was on a different run, I might do this. But no. 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 Gloria spent our entire adulthood just shitting over every single attempt to make peace with her. Good riddance. I wouldn't have been as rude about it as Stefan was, as candid about it, but Jesus Christ, bro is spitting truths. Thank God it's Ogre. Challenge Stefan to a duel? You deny your elders' right to rule the family. Your dispute... Oh. So, I think this is if we cuck Stefan at the Blood Tide, and Granddad acknowledged us as the heir. So I think this is where we can replace him. That's interesting. That's the pure Machiavellian run. That's really cool. She's not even cool when we're lotless, really? But that's like her chance to not be a giant bitch. God, Gloria is such the worst person ever. Sever all ties, send it. Full send. Ship it. You agree. Stefan represents the future of the Brante family. And if he says the family ought to cut all ties with Gloria, then so be it. He never belonged... We belong. She never belonged to the family anyway. He took care of her as well as he could. Now her fate is no longer linked to ours. Thank God. I knew you'd understand me, Powerlines. That's me. Take her glass. A toast to the future of the Brante family. You clink glasses. You note a hint of bitterness in the flavor of the mulled wine. Good thing I like a nice bitter drink. Negronis are my favorite. I'm just some printer for her, really? God. Even when you're on her side, even when you're ride or die for Gloria, she is just the worst. But not anymore in this run. She's out of here. Anyway, it's time to get down to business. I'll head to the Overseer's residence at once. We are so close to earning hereditary title, brother. The grandfather would be so proud of us. He'd be more proud of you. Even if you... I don't think he'd ever be proud of me, even if I turned it around. I think my career as judge kind of would have made Granddad maul the fuck out at me. Honestly, I think Granddad might have hated me more than Gloria if he was still alive. With that, Stefan leaves you alone. Father has locked himself in his office to brood. Nate has wandered off somewhere to get drunk. He'll show up tomorrow. He'll be fine. You roam the family home that feels emptier now, lost in memories. Remember Gloria leading you by the hand through the yard and showing you the shining pillar for the very first time. You remember playing together. You remember the time you and Stefan went looking for her in the Anazote ruins. You remember the quill and paper that were your sister's constant companions. Excuse me. I'm a little gassy. Ooh. I had tacos for lunch. They were delicious. After the wedding, you hear very little of Gloria's fate. It seems she barely, if ever, leaves the confines of the El Pelletier estate. By the will of your family and its heir, Stefan Brante, you no longer have any part in your former sister's fate. Oh, thank God. It's Ogre. It's funny that the run you got closest to nobility was the lotless. So many chances? Really? That's funny. I could actually see that, because if you're lotless, that puts you on the other side and able to move and shake things up and set the family up for success from below, rather than doing it as a noble. So that kind of makes sense. What I'm really interested in, probably my next run will be a clergyman run, where I still go for the nobleman route to set up Stefan, because he's the best. I want to do a clergy run that is ride or die for Stefan, while also saving Mom's life. I wonder if I can make that work. That sounds complicated, but it could be cool. We are very dangerous to the family blowing up now, so we're in an awkward spot, but I think the only way Unity can go down at this point, now that Gloria is finally shipped off, rest in piss, won't be missed, Now that Gloria's gone, I think the only way Unity could go down is if Nate does something stupid, which is still on the table. Nate is still on the table, but odds are pretty good we'll be able to sneak through this. We'll be able to slip and slide. I got my sneakers on. We're sneaking. Gloria has fucked in an awkwardly direction. Good riddance. Seriously, she is just the worst. Tommy's wedding. Ooh. Ooh, Tommy. Oh. We saved Tommy's life and he ran away. Now he's getting wed. Bro remembered us. Our BFF. Oh, the priest run explains the shadow. Ooh. Ooh, I'm definitely doing clergy next. Yo, I'm all for this. Hell yeah, Tommy wedding? Dude, let's go bro it up. Let's be his best man. I mean, he's kind of in hiding or whatever, but hell yeah. This is a day you remember well. You begin with a loud, impatient knock at the door. You're surprised to see Tommy paying a visit to your home. There is a draw on his face as your old friend shakes your hand. Brante, it's been a while since I saw you last. I just got back to the city. I visited my folks, then ran straight here. Otten finally stopped hounding me. I sure hope the whole mess is not quite over. It's coming to a feet, shoulders, and head, but it's not delivered yet. You invite your friend in, but he gestures for you to wait. A sly smile on his face. Oh, if we're a priest, we get to officiate Tommy's wedding? That's great. Oh, I'm so doing clergy next run. I'm in a hurry right now, buddy. So much to do, so little time. I'll explain. I just got back from Solmina. Where's Solmina? Where's my map? Solmina is to the east. A large, prosperous village in the east of Magra. It has accrued considerable wealth thanks to numerous silver mines in the nearby hills. Many Solminian, missing an either, commoners have grown rich and joined the new faith. Oh, sounds like he's living the good life. There's this girl in the village, shopkeeper named Mire. She gave me shelter and ended up falling head over heels in love with her. You congratulate your friend and pat him on the shoulder with joy. He laughs happily. My poor mom and pa, all their life they'd hope I'd marry a noble woman. I used to hope for that too when I was young. But now I know some things matter more than noble titles. Mary is about to be my wife. Hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah, bro. He offered Tommy words of congratulation, but he suddenly grows serious. Hans left me alone, but Mary and I will still be better off far away from Anizote. I wasn't happy serving in the Legion anyway. I thought the nobleman's lot would set me free from suffering and do the same for my descendants. But it just ain't that simple. I was less free than ever. Should have been a judge. I mean, I lost all my hair as a judge, but hey, I do some cool shit too. I'm basically Judge Dredd over here. I'll be better off as a commoner again, earning my living by the sweat of my brow. A farmstead might not be an estate, but the high and mighty won't ever set their sights on me again. I'll live my life in peace, just like I wanted. Wait. A farmstead? But we're in the Dust Bowl, bro. We don't got no grass. We don't got no farms. What are you farming over there? I just got one last request for you, though, Powerlines. You've done so much for me, but I'd be honored to be a witness to my wedding vows for the twins. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, yeah. And bro gives us one last willpower boost. Oh. Such a bummer we couldn't do this ourselves, but I'm so looking forward to it next run. That's so cool. What if we don't? We get a little willpower. I mean, if we can do this, there's no reason not to. It's basically just a bonus if your BFF's rhythm. And you saved his life in the investigation. It seems like that's all this is. But hey, that's pretty cool. You and Tommy have come a long way together, and now you'll see him off to a new life. I am a little bummed that it seems like he's roaching out of the story before the revolution. I was kind of hoping that he would stick around to be my bodyguard in the revolution. But it seems like that's off the table. But we're happy for him. We're happy for him. Hey, it's everyone's getting married. It's a great time of year. Your hand comes to rest on Tommy's shoulder. It will be an honor and privilege to be a witness at your friend's wedding. 2 great weddings. What a week, man. What a great week. Mom died, sister got married off, our bro got married. What a great week. Oh yeah, her girlfriend turned into a Cthulhu monster. What a great week. Tommy glows with joy. Wonderful. Got no idea how much this means to me, Powerlines. I gotta go get ready. He's all geeked out. Look at him. Look at that rascal. Several days later, you follow your childhood friend to a smallish temple nestled on the edge of the Brass District. He is wearing a plain white shirt. Needless luxuries are forbidden at the austere wedding ritual. I take a sip of tea. You're both welcomed by the bride, a blonde-haired young woman, innocence and hospitality written across her trusting face. The bride's parents stand further away, 2 aging villagers eyeing the streets of the big city with suspicion. Mire, meet Powerlines, Brante. My best friend ever since we were lads, who bear witness to our oaths before the twins. Hello, ma'am. The bride greets you with a humble bow. The 3 of you step inside the temple. You close the doors behind you. Tradition demands no one else be allowed to attend the sacred wedding ritual. The amiable aged priest, by the name of Ignatius Aventini. Sorry, I couldn't say that right until I did the pinch thing. Aventini. Yeah, now that you gotta say it like an Italian. Meets you inside. Tommy and Mary kneel before the altar. Oh, twins, elder and younger, behold these 2 as they kneel before you. They beseech you to join them in eternal wedlock. The candle flames dance and quiver. You hear a strange murmur in the temple. The darkness beneath the vault of the temple ceiling swirls into colossal shades. The bride and groom raise their eyes to them, awestruck. Tommy, dost thou swear thy loyalty to this divine union? Yeah! He's geeked out. The bride assents to the same query. Your turn is next. Am I marrying them? What the fuck? You stand over the kneeling bride and groom and speak their names as the twins watch over you. They're false gods, but we're here for a bro. Tommy Hero and Mario Somina. One of the colossal shades leans over them, looming like a towering sword, while the other bursts in a beacon of blinding light that illuminates the temple from within. Tommy and Mary look into each other's eyes in amazement. From this moment forth, they are bound to one another by divine law, and divine love fills their hearts. In your sight of the twins, Tommy Hero and Mary of Somina are now man and wife, as Powerlines Brante bears witness. Yeah! It's party time! The stern, solemn ceremony has ended. It's time to celebrate. A humble but happy feast is to be held in the bride's village. As day gives way to night, again, this is all desert. What farmstead is he talking? What farmstead is bro thinking he's gonna have out here? As day gives way to night, you and Tommy leave the revel to enjoy a moment of quiet repose in the front porch. The old friend looks off into the distance, hopeful. Yeah, remember how we fought in that yard over little brothers? Look how much has happened since then. How is his little brother doing? Ours not doing so hot. Nate's not doing so good. I hope his brother is better. Both of you laugh as you recall the beginning of our friendship. I'll treasure those memories forever, and I will. Oh, I'll treasure those memories forever, I will. And you can be sure that my firstborn son's name will be Powerlines. I'm sorry for the weird name. It is what it is. Thanks, bro. I appreciate it. Tommy chuckles, pondering. You and I, we grew up on the same street. Look how differently we turned out. You have a say in other people's fates, Brante. Your name will surely be remembered, but me, I'm still a humble nobody. And you know what? I'm okay with that. I used to be so sure a man could never start over with a clean slate, but I guess I was wrong. I never forget you, Powerlines Brante. I never forget everything you've done for me. This doesn't have to be it. Yeah, Tommy's still alive. He got married. Don't say goodbye, Tommy. We're still BFFs, right? We still got the broship ring. A tear runs down your friend's cheek. For the last time, Tommy embraces you. Tomorrow he will leave Anazote forever. Will we meet again? Nobody knows. I hope we meet again. Come on, Tommy. We're ride or die for each other. We got the broship rings. They're anchoring our ship so it never sails away. Bro went off to farm in the desert. I hope his agriculture venture in the desert works out well. I mean, I've had stupider ideas, but I don't know, that sounds kind of fucking stupid to me. Anyway, Tommy got his good end. And I'm happy for him. Honestly, I was a little worried at the start of this stream, but it seems like everything is picking up. I mean, yeah, Mom died. That's kind of a bummer, kind of. But Gloria's gone. Tommy got his parachute too. So it seems like everyone's winning. I mean, we lost our girlfriend, but I was never super committed to her. So it is what it is. We lost our girlfriend for reputation point. I can accept that. Repentance. Oh, what's this? The last few months have been marked by a welcome absence of quarreling at the Brante estate. Your only concern these days is the price. You've had to... What price? I didn't pay a price. Bro, we got paid. We didn't pay. We got paid. Today you come home late, wrung dry after a day of work and worry. Everyone is sound asleep. You're making your way to your bedroom when you hear a suspicious noise coming from Father's study. It's too late for Father to be working. You go to the door... What? Yeah, go Team Wahoo, but... Hold on, I forgot my Wahoo. Hold on. Thanks for the reminder, I forgot my Wahoo. Oh shit, where's my mini-me? There he is. There's my little guy. So yeah, go Team Wahoo, but... Nate? You good, dipshit? You go to the door of the study, trying to tread softly and turn the knob. The room is brightly lit by the moon. You recognize your brother's clumsy silhouette above Father's desk in the moonlight. Nathan hears you come in and leaps to the side in fear. You see something glinting in his hands. Dad's dagger. Why was he standing on top of the desk? Why? Okay, so I understand Nate is pilfering, but why was he acting like he's playing Oblivion and standing on top of the desk to loot it? Why is Nathan Brante acting like a caveman? Why is he standing on top of the desk to loot it? I have questions. I know he's a burnout bum, but why is he like this? I know he got shaken as a baby, but why? Nate, please get your shit together, you're drunk. Okay, what are you doing, Nate? Oh, Powerlines, it's you. Shush, just took the dagger for a moment. Don't worry. I know holding a weapon is against my lot. I don't mean anyone harm. Nate. It's for me, actually. I have to go to the twins. You know you got, like, 2 lives left, right? You know you've only died once. What's your plan here? Your younger brother clumsily turns the dagger around, holding against his own body. You try to remain still. Nate wants to take one of his own lives. But why? They're no longer picking up his calls. I mean, yeah. Hey, at least we didn't crush his hopes and dreams by telling him the gods hate him this time. Okay, so I understand his logic now. I still don't understand why he was standing on top of the desk to loot it, like he's playing Oblivion. I'm not even sure how to say it. Brother, I just can't find a place in this world. I'm always an outsider, always a waste of space. Isn't there some place for me in the twins' design? I can't stop thinking about it. Have you tried shaving? Getting a haircut? Have you tried not drinking? Have you tried a single thing, Nate? Ever? Like, I know you crashed out of seminary, but you've tried nothing and it hasn't worked. So have you tried doing something? I've been trying to understand them for so long. How am I supposed to live in their world? What's my place in their great plan? But I've only made things worse. I meddled with the Markian sect. Oh, that was the base guy. Defied and rejected my lot, indulged in vice, but I found nothing there. It's almost like the guy who says none of this matters didn't have anything to offer. The old faith and new faith, Father Mark's heresy. They gave me all sorts of answers, but none of them worked. There's nothing else left for me now. I've got to go see the twins myself and ask them. I don't think that's how meeting them works. You don't really talk to them. They talk to you. I know I'm an affront to their plan just because I'm alive, but I'll repent. I'll pray for their forgiveness. But the twins never forgive, you tell Nate softly. They never have, and they never will. You will be judged in the hereafter for every false step you take. Your younger brother sighs heavily. I know. Mother taught us that all our lives, but I still have to try. There's no other way. One of my lives isn't too big a price if it works. I can't find any use for them anyway. You haven't even tried to find a use. See you soon, brother. Hope I'll be different when I come back. Could you go outside at least? So you don't get blood in the house? Even killing yourself, you're fucking up. A cloud passes over the moon. Whoops. Father's study grows dark, illuminated only by the shining light of the distant pillar. Nate's body contorts awkwardly. He raises the dagger, aiming it at his own heart. You know, we did let Granddad burn the house down. We did let Granddad kill himself. And when he killed himself, he killed all of us too. So if we let Granddad do that, who are we to stop Nate from killing himself? I think that's a fair question here. Oh, we gain a theology. What's the breakpoint for that? I mean, it's pretty late for that to matter, but... Oh, we're already past the breakpoint, so that kind of whatever. Protect him. Ooh. For manipulation, I don't think we have that breakpoint. Ooh. I mean, again, it's pretty late, but manipulation could be handy in the revolution. And we can save him, but it'll make him worse. Huh. The will lost, yeah. Mom's dead, but... Ooh, that would have given us some good stuff. Okay, so the only way to make Nate not a burnout is for Mom to live. Interesting. Interesting. So that's the obvious best solution, which is off the table because Mom's ship finally sunk. It took her 20, 30 years, but it happened. Hold on. I gotta... There we go. Okay. It's a willpower hit, but it gets us a Nate point. It makes Nate not a burnout. And I know this would also give us the manipulation breakpoint. However, I have a suspicion that Nate being in despair is going to cost the family reputation or more. So I think it's worth the willpower hit to give Nate a shot at not being a burnout. I think this is the best solution right now. And again, we let Granddad kill himself and burn down the house, so why would we stop Nate from killing himself if we're gonna let Granddad kill himself? I mean, come on. Such a fucked up reasoning, but it works. You just take a step back. The life that Nate is about to take belongs to him. He is free to do with it as he pleases. Can you do it outside, though? Seriously, can you do it outside, not in Dad's office? Dad's already having a bad enough week. Can you do this outside or in the crypt? It's why we have a crypt. Go to the crypt. Go piss off Granddad's ghost or something. Nate whispers a word of gratitude, barely audible, then a sharp exhale as he gets ready to strike. His hand guides the dagger awkwardly through the air into his chest. The sharp tip reluctantly sinks into his flesh. A weak yelp escapes Nate's throat. He staggers and falls, blood... He didn't go outside. Even in killing himself, he fucks up. Blood oozing out of the wound. Moments pass, and Nate's body dissipates as his mortal frame dissolves. It's the servant's problem. Look, as long as the servants can clean it up before Dad gets into his office and finds Nate's blood everywhere. He has departed to commune with the twins. What awaits him in the hereafter? You pick up Father's dagger, carefully wipe it clean, and put it in the drawer of his desk, where it belongs. When the skies begin to grow bright before dawn, you go to the family crypt to welcome your brother back. Nate is already there, lying atop the granite slab. Even made anew, his naked body is still just as thin, awkward, and feeble. He suddenly stands when he hears your footsteps. His eyes are shining with otherworldly light. What does Granddad's ghost have to say about this? All over the food rug. I mean, look, I wouldn't be surprised if there was something called a food rug for the common lot to eat off of, because they're made to suffer. To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if that was a thing. I spoke to them, brother. I dared to address them as my soul rose up. I begged the twins for forgiveness, and they heard me. They did. And the elder, he reached out to me. He wanted to respond to me, I know he did, but the younger sword stopped us. It cut the ties between us, and I fell. But I saw compassion in the elder's eyes as I fell, and he followed me. He shall descend to the lands again. He shall witness our suffering and bring his mercy. And then the world will change at last. The younger brother shivers, almost convulsing with cold. You wrap him in a black cloak. Together you return home before sunrise. No one in your family ever learns of Nate's lesser death. Does no one ask questions about the blood? Nathan stops wasting time in taverns with suspicious characters. He spends every day in ardent prayer. Again and again, his quiet voice speaks of the elder's coming return. The family watches the drastic change in their wayward son with great surprise. This has been a great week for the family. Look, hey, Mom's dead, that's not great, but on the back of that, we lose our girlfriend, that's not great. But on the back of that, we marry off Gloria. That's fantastic. That's a huge W. Biggest W of our life in this game. And our best bro gets married. He lives. He got his good end. That's great. And Nate has taken the reputation hits off the table. Nate is no longer going to be a problem child. Great. So everything's kind of wrapping up all on the good side for us. I mean, we lost willpower. That sucks. But we're at 0 willpower. Better than being negative. That was worth 5 willpower. That was so worth it. It's coming to a head. Head, feet, and shoulders. This baby is getting born. For over a year now, Anazote has been steadily simmering with unrest, like a soup pot over a well-stoked flame. Commoners flock to the squares in droves. The mobs grow bolder, demanding new freedoms and protection under the law. The last straw insurgents commit brazen acts, hoping to overthrow the authorities. The noble gentry insisted that every mob be dispersed by force. They are ready to fight for their ancient privilege, sword in hand. In spite of this enormous pressure, Overseer Gaius Tempest remains highly reluctant to allow any bloodshed. Yeah, that's how you get open rebellion. But the common people are already too desperate. Even the age-old fear of the nobility's might is barely enough to keep them in check. More and more people are rejecting the lots and converting to the new faith, not to mention other, stranger, more esoteric teachings and beliefs. New secret societies and clandestine gatherings appear every day. Printed pamphlets litter the streets. Yet no one is rushing to subdue the citizens or punish the city, for now. What's with the symbols on that banner? Those are interesting symbols. Huh. Father Leonard has transformed the Temple of the Silver Tree into a new believer stronghold. He is no longer afraid to break the ban on preaching the new faith. His sermons now openly challenge the old faith. Based. Father Lenny, it seems the Church of the Twins is unable to recognize its great mistake. The lots must be abandoned as relics of the past. The Twins granted everyone the freedom to choose their own path in this world, and I will not stop until this freedom is recognized throughout the Empire. The next Patriarch of Magra must be chosen by the parish, not the clergy. This is the will of the Twins, and it must be ours as well. But you're making the same mistake as the Old Faith when you're presuming to speak for the Twins. So the new faith is not that different from the old at its core. Lenny intends to amend the old order of the church and become patriarch. His opponents, however, are beset by internal struggle and strife. The Inquisition is fighting a myriad of heresies, more of which appear every day. Not even the highest ranks of the faith are free from suspicion. The new faith, meanwhile, is steadily growing in numbers. People no longer fear being damned to the foot of the pillar for rejecting the divine design. The streets are restless and dangerous. Minds and souls are beset by confusion. The authorities argue and bicker amongst themselves. Conspiracies plague the city. Time marches on, and change is coming. It cannot be stopped. Can you find a way to guide it in the right direction? The weight of a new age now rests upon our shoulders. Revolution, yay! For over a year now, Anazote has been slowly simmering with unrest. The feud between estates, between the old faith and the new, between the law of the empire and noble traditions, tensions are at an all-time high, waiting for the slightest spark to catch fire and burn. Even your family's affairs have been affected by the growing unrest. It is during these troubling troubling times that the future of your family will be decided. Father shakes you awake early in the morning. He is excited, clutching a letter bearing the imperial seal of the Tempest dynasty. Wake up, son. Come to the sitting room. There's blood in my office. I don't know why. Come to the sitting room. A letter has come from Overseer Gaius Tempest. He gingerly breaks the seal and unfolds the missive. To the Honorable Brante family, I, Gaius of the Tempest dynasty, overseer of the province of Magra, have given due consideration to your petition to have your bloodline ennobled by the sword. You are expected in 1 week at Castle Inarie, as are all petitioners for the sword, where you shall hear my decision firsthand. After finishing the letter, Father turns to you. He looks fatigued. Well, son, it's time for us to be honest with each other about our family. What do you have to say about this? Where do we, the Brantes, stand after so many years? What hopes do we have for the future of this family? Dude, we're on the up and up now. The past 7 years have been marked by many life-changing events. Bruh. I did my best. I'm sorry, Stefan. The rare joys, the frequent... That's just such a bummer. The arguments, the attempts at peace, the losses. Sometimes you have managed to change their minds. Sometimes you have not. But your decisions have made you realize what matters most to you. The future of the Brante family must be decided here and now. Oh, man. Oh, it's ogre. Oh, it's never been more ogre. Oh, man. Even getting rid of Gloria wasn't enough. Oh, man. It's all because I banned the Court of Honor. I did this. It wasn't even Gloria. Fuck. Let's go down the options that we can't get. We need at least... Oh, we need at least 8, 5, and 3. So... Getting El Brante... I can see how I could have done it. I could see how I could have swung for El Brante and clutched it. But it would have been very tight. You'd have to really min-max to both do the Dorius Otten case and get El Brante. So trying to do both of those routes at once, that's tough. I almost recovered it. We were so close. We were just 2 reputation, and we were 2 from all the stats, so we weren't that close. But I can see how it could have been done. But you have to really min-max it. Fuck, man. Become members of the Overseer's entourage. We would have required... reputation, lot of wealth. Wow. Wow. Interesting. So that's ennobled by the sword, but better. Yeah, so that's just a bigger and better version of that. That's if you're going, like, pure nepotism. I don't think you could get this while also doing the Dorius Otten route. Preserve the family. All hope of being ennobled by the sword is lost, but the Brante family will remain united. Fuck. Look at it this way. Even if we kept Gloria, even if we got that unity, we... Actually, if we kept Gloria, we would have been able to do this. Because that would have put us at 3 instead of 1. Oh, Gloria. You know what? I'm gonna say it. I don't regret getting rid of Gloria. She was a torpedo, and she sunk us. But you know what? We sunk her too. Fuck her. Okay. Sever all ties is all we can do. The Brante family is a family name only. No reason to stay together anymore. Oh! -2 to everything and -5 willpower. Oh, man. That's rough all over. All that slipping and sliding for Stefan. Ah, I cocked it all up. I'm sorry, Stefan, I am. I know what I did wrong. Fuck, man. You coldly point out that the family's chance for hereditary title is long gone. The family itself, why, had all but disintegrated years ago. You failed to quell the strife at home. You could not snuff the coals of enmity that Gloria sowed, and turned her family into disjointed clumps of ash. All attempts to put the family's affairs in order have led to naught because of Gloria. And now it's time to admit that the Brante family is no more. There is deep pain in Father's eyes as he meets your gaze, but he does not argue. Which is why you continue. It would only be reasonable to sever what remains of your family ties. It's for your own good. You've all been strangers for— No, we haven't. No, we aren't. Bro. We still got +4 with Dad. We got +5 with Stefan. Our dad and bro love us. Our other bro is cool with us too. This is the perfect setup for the boys' house. We could have such a cool thing going with the 4 of us. The time is ripe for the Brante family with the boys. Man, this is such a bummer. You may live under the same roof, but you are no family. It is time to end these frantic attempts to fix that which is already beyond repair. Nothing good will come from it. Oh. Father is silent. A long moment passes before he speaks. As much as it saddens me to say this, you're right, son. We failed. I failed as the family patriarch. I failed my lot. I was chasing after a lofty position and neglected all the troubles in our family. I tried to please everyone, and I let everyone down. All I can say is that your grandfather was right about everything. Well, he wasn't wrong. He wasn't right. I don't want to talk about Granddad. You put your hand on Dad's shoulder. It is not his fault alone, you tell him. All you made mistakes. You too. Arguably, we bear the biggest portion because we chased the Dory Sutton case. But I am the patriarch, no matter what. I am responsible for this family. What a disgrace. What an embarrassment I am. Father hides his face in his hands. It takes him a while to stifle his silent sobs and muster enough strength to continue. But enough weakness. It is time to accept the inevitable. The family is gone. We must all seek our own fortunes. I will quit my post at the prefecture and leave Anazote. The city has grown far too unsettled as of late. But if any of you ever want to visit my home, my door will be open to you. Fair enough. I guess the best move here that we're going for in this is leaving the Brante family to just Stefan, so Stefan can try and make something of himself. I guess that's all we can do. You leave Father alone with his grief in the sitting room. There's nothing you can do to help him now. You begin to pack your things. It is time to move out of the house that stopped being your home long ago. You will rent a lodging for now, and then we'll see what comes next. We're gonna live in our office. Wait, where's Stefan in all this? Where's Nate? This impacts them too. Where are they? A carriage awaits you at the gate. You take one last look at your parents' house. The place that was your home and shelter for so many years. Your childhood games in the garden, your loud, happy dinners, your quiet conversations on the porch, the warm embrace of your family. It is time to leave it all behind. Ooh, that's rough. You offer your family no farewells as you depart, but our bros. Man, that sucks. I can't say I don't deserve it, because I really fucked up in my career stage. But, man, that's rough. I didn't expect to get that bad end like this. God, what a left hook. Man. It does keep them safe because they won't be in the city during the revolt? Oh, that's cool. I can see Stefan fucking off to the capital. No idea where Nate would go. I don't know. What's Nate doing? Is he, like, sleeping on the floor under our bed or something? What is he doing? Or is Nate just squatting in the family crypt? The smell of gunpowder, because we made a deal with the greedy bastard. Uh-oh. I think the revolution is kicking off. What happened to the Dorian? But did we skip the Dorian case? What happened to that? Because I thought that was going to be like the last chance for some reputation and stuff. What happened to the Dorian case? Because I got all the stuff checked off for that. Did I circumvent it when I banned the Court of Honor early? Man, I think I did. I think I circumvented the Dorian case. So I really did fuck up. I had no idea. So banning the Court of Honor early completely fucks up your entire run. Man. Jesus. That really screwed us. All of Anazote has been rocked by a gunpowder explosion. Its victims were Legion officers in charge of a punitive battalion. For some years now, they've been using force to collect the Archduke's taxes from villages that refuse to pay. But the Archduke canceled that tax? Right? The common folk remember their cruelty well. Now, the tables have turned. A tavern called the Three Falere, the favorite drinking hole of the Legion officers, was blown up by a huge charge of gunpowder. Everyone in the tavern was killed, and other people living in nearby homes were also injured. The reborn officers reported that they were blown up by ordinary lowborn girl. Jesus Christ, they're doing suicide bombers? Holy shit. Before lowering her torch to the fuse, the girl cried out that now the nobles will pay for their crimes with their lives. The powder will make us equals. Those were her last words. The Legion has been brought to combat readiness. Commander Otten plans to punish the criminal's entire home district. But the nobles of Anazote are nervous. No military training, no armor can protect them from a sudden gunpowder explosion. The city remembers that you were the one... Uh-oh. That we were the one who made gunpowder available for silver mining. Whoops. Sorry. But now barrels of gunpowder are somehow being delivered to rebels rather than the mines. Never before had the lowborn had such a dangerous weapon at their disposal. Uh-oh. Our boss told us not to let that happen. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm sure it's just a coincidence. Justice greater than 8, and we made a deal with Egmont. Okay. So Egmont is apparently the ringleader, huh? You walk down the cold steps to the prefecture dungeon. The damp air makes it hard to breathe. You were originally summoned here after the explosion at the Three Faleras. The Gendarmes have captured the perpetrator, a low-born girl. Soon the people from the secret chancellery will be here. Their institution handles riots and crimes against imperial authority. The worst of it is that the gunpowder is involved, and you were the one who succumbed to Mayor Egmont's treaties and authorized the use of gunpowder in the silver mines. You need to get to the bottom of this before the secret chancellery comes after you. Fuck. Behind the bars of the cell, you see Alita Siren, an unremarkable girl just like any other from the Brass District. She glances up at you suspiciously from under her long bangs and chuckles. Yeah, blew him up. I'm not gonna deny it, let alone beg for mercy. I know nobles haven't got any anyway. My sister taught me that when she hanged making a peaceful speech in the capital. Oh. I remember that. I was there. You send the gendarmes away. You need to interrogate the culprit, one-on-one. Having made sure you were alone, you ask Alita where she got the gunpowder. She smirks, looking at you defiantly. This is just the beginning. We're the last straw. We're going to destroy the old order, reduce it to nothing. We've got weapons, we've got gunpowder. We aren't helpless anymore. You're interrupted by loud footsteps down the hall, accompanied by angry shouts. You have to hold your tongue. The gendarmes push another prisoner into the adjacent cell. Your heart skips. Don't be Nate. Don't be Nate. You recognize him. Okay, thank God. Do you know who I am? I own half the mines in Magra. Judge Brante, your gendarmes dragged me here by force. Why didn't you just summon me? I've come my own free will. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. The gendarmes unceremoniously locked the industrialist in the cell and report to you. This commoner suspected of transferring gunpowder to the rebels. You stupid bastard. You once again command the gendarmes to leave you alone with the conspirators. They lock the cells securely before leaving. You, Egmont, and the rebel Alita are alone in this cold semi-darkness. Egmont clutches the bars anxiously. Now I see. I'm accused of orchestrating the explosions at the Three Falares. Come closer, Brante. Your life in as much peril as mine. Bruh. Bruh. This great month has turned into... This great week has turned into the worst month. You take a step forward, approaching the bars. You feel the imprisoned industrialist heavy breath on your face. I'll cut right to the chase, Brante. Yes, with your help, we put the gunpowder to good use. We used it for a great cause, fighting for the rights of the lowborn. I armed the soldiers of the last straw and I'm forming my own militia. The gunpowder finally forced the nobles to take us seriously. But I'm not a madman. I'm not a butcher. The explosion in the tower was just a way to demonstrate what we're capable of in case the Empire doesn't make any concessions. We're no longer just rabble that can be ordered about. We achieved that in no small part thanks to your help, Judge Brante. Now the nobles will see that if they don't give us rights, we'll have to take them by force. I don't think he appreciates the severity of his situation here. You look at the wealthy commoner in consternation, so you've unwittingly become part of his conspiracy. Yes, I concealed some parts of my plan from you, but it was even safer for you this way. You continue your work as judge, and your fight for justice while we did our part. I just wish the last straw had worked a little more cleanly. Bruh. You demand that Egmont tell you the nature of his connection to the last straw. We made an alliance. The last straw are relentless fighters, like this young lady here. It's wonderful that there are people who are willing to make sacrifices for the greater good. Sadly, sometimes they leave too many clues behind. Our cause is just. Shut up. Shut up, Alita. This isn't about you. Egmont casts a disapproving sidelong glance at the rebel girl. Then he leans in even closer and continues quietly. But explosions and bloodshed aren't my goal. I'm going to make Anazote the first city in the Empire where all citizens have equal rights, no matter what estate they're born to or what loft they have. Isn't that what you've been struggling to achieve all along, Brante? Dude, I just wanted to indict Auden. And I didn't even get to do that because I fucked up. Do you think this is just some fantasy? We're one step away from taking power in the city and imposing our conditions on the Archvizier and the Archduke. This would have been really, really awkward if we ended up as El Brantes. Time is running out. Soon the secret chancellor will take us, then our cause is doomed. Unfortunately, you'll go down with us, my friend. We're in this together since you gave us the gunpowder. Let's not let that happen. Not now, not when we're were so close to sparking a genuine uprising. You don't betray your emotions to Egmont. Your face is thoroughly concealed by shadows. Let us both out the cage. Being the girl from Last Straw, help us escape. I'll make sure you're clear of any suspicion. It seemed like we broke out on our own. That means he's going to punch us in the face. The Secret Chancellor will be busy hunting us down, and they'll leave you alone. Meanwhile, we'll finish our preparations and strike first. You've already picked a side, Powerlines, Brante. Now is not the time to change it. Uh-oh. I think we're about to get a bad end. Help me escape, and you'll be one of the heroes of the uprising. But if you betray me, you'll be one of its first victims. Hurry. I think it's because I don't have willpower. A death. Ooh. Oh, he would have killed us. He wouldn't just punch us in the face. He would have killed us. This is a bit awkward now. So, yeah, it's because I lack willpower, because I'm at negative willpower. But I couldn't do that anyway, because I'm at 3 deaths. Keep the prisoners in captivity, because I can't do shit. Oh, Egmont gets a true death. He's just being a dipshit making fake threats. He's getting a true death. Who gives a shit about his reputation? We have no choice here. You hand the rebels over to the Secret Chancellery and destroy all evidence linking you to Egmont. That's all we can do. I mean, he's gonna roach out and talk, but... Finally, you let Egmont see your face in semi-darkness. You've had a sneer on your lips for quite some time. No, you are not going down because of Egmont's deception. You have your own plans in that regard. It's too late. You can't stop it, Brante. You fool. The uprising will make mincemeat of you if you don't come to your senses. History will be on our side. Not listening to him, you turn around and go swiftly upstairs. Egmont's threats die out in the darkness. Doing your best to look composed, you walk up the stairs and announce that the interrogation is over. It's time to hand the prisoners over to the Secret Chancellery. Afterwards, you lock yourself in your office and go through all your papers in search of any evidence that could link you to Egmont. You burn all proof of your involvement in the unfortunate gunpowder affair, but this isn't all. You'll have to go to other Imperial institutions as well. Hopefully your connections will be enough to sever any thread leading back to you. You hear a knock at the door. Yeah, I could have sided with it, but I would have had to have a death free for that, and I'm at 3 deaths. So there's no way I could have gone for that. A familiar figure with a cane treads heavily into your office. Felipe El Ferro, a secret chancellery advisor, carefully advises... This isn't going to end well for us. Because we didn't play ball with him before, because I was still trying to play the Aten game. I didn't realize the Aten game had sailed its ship. I think we're boned. You again, Sir Brante. I have just interrogated the captured insurgents. You break into a cold sweat and do your best to maintain a calm facade. El Ferro looms over your desk, obstructing the light. So, there is no doubt that the explosion was the handiwork of not only the Last Straw, but also of Mayor Egmont, whom you know well. I was particularly curious to find out who was responsible for authorizing the use of gunpowder in his mines. He named you. The advisor pauses and observes you. You look back at Sir Felipe dispassionately. The storm that is raging inside you must be contained. Suddenly, Felipe beams up at you and shrugs. But you know, I'd never take a commoner's word over that of a nobleman. And you are a true nobleman, aren't you, Brante? You lower your head modestly. So I thought. The noble lot is not an easy one. Even the best of us make mistakes sometimes, but this is where a noble education comes into play. We nobles, how to fix our mistakes. You explained gravely that you had no idea that allowing the use of gunpowder in the mines would lead to this. You only wanted to ensure the prosperity of the province. I have no doubt about that. That's why you're going to do me a favor, for the sake of the province. Over the last few years, you worked hard to satisfy the claims and pleas of the commoners. But do you know how many insurgents could have been among them? The Secret Chancellery will review these cases. I hope you do not mind if I take over your office for a while. You won't need it for the time being. Did we get fired? By my authority, I hereby declare a state of emergency in the prefecture. It will remain in effect until we have dealt with the threat of an uprising. You may go now. Take a break and don't get involved. We'll call for you when we need you again. I think we got fired. El Ferro installs himself in your chair and promptly begins going through your papers. He is no longer paying attention to you. You have no choice. You vacate your own office. Back home, in our apartment, you collapse into bed and sleep for a long time. I was starting to get my hopes up on how this chapter was going. This is getting sketchy. Mayor Egmont is hanged before a huge crowd. The execution of a prominent advocate for commoners' rights infuriates them, but they are too frightened to take up arms. In addition, many say that Egmont only desired more power and profit for himself, not protection for the poor. That's true. That's objectively true. Egmont's body is left hanging in the square in front of the city hall for a long time, as a reminder of the fate awaiting anyone who attempts to defy imperial order. You spend the next month at home. The explosion allowed the Secret Chancellery to obtain special authority for the purpose of defeating the rebels. The gates of Anazote are locked. Citizens are commanded not to leave their homes without a good reason. The gendarmes, transferred temporarily under the command of the Secret Chancellery, prowl the city, searching houses and arresting suspicious individuals. The people they arrest usually disappear without a trace. Finally, a month later, the Secret Chancellery declares that the threat of rebellion has been eliminated. The gendarmes return to Elborne's command. For the first time in a long while, you go to the prefecture. Your office has hardly changed, although it is clear that it has been used daily. The inkwell is all but empty. A number of documents concerning your old cases have vanished from the drawers. You see small spots of dried blood on the carpets. Ugh. Well, good news, commoners, your rights are protected. I did this for you. Where is this going? The carriage takes you further down the city's narrow streets. They are filled with noble carriages and commoners hurrying about their business, but the driver skillfully avoids them all. You watch the city uneasily from behind the carriage door's final preparations. What is this? It's not over. It's not over. The on case. I thought it shipped. It's still on. It's still on. Look, we lost everything else. Don't let us lose the Otten case. Oh my god. The past few months have been so tense and challenging. They felt like a single unbearable moment. I mean, honestly, the first half was pretty great. Pretty great. You had to face one ordeal after another, and Otten's case sometimes fell by the wayside. But you have no doubt that the outcome of this case will determine your fate. Your previous encounters with the haughty commanders have assured you of that. The time to strike Otten down is coming soon. Right now, you need to make your final preparations. Your gut tells you that time is running out. Either you seize the initiative or Otten will destroy you himself. But what should you focus on at this critical juncture? We can only bide our time for willpower, because we got nothing. We got nothing. Start a rumor for a career point. I think we're in trouble. We need justice at 8. But we can't do that, because we got jack and shit. Oh my god. I think we're about to lose the Otten case. we're gonna lose Latin case. Our only hope is that there's a willpower option that reduces the requirement. That's our only hope. You rub your hands together in satisfaction and worry. We are wringing our hands in worry. Soon, very soon, Aten will be the only one unaware of his inevitable downfall. He told the driver to take you home. You will take this time to rest up and regain your strength before the most trying challenge of our life. Surely not as trying as the revolution. I'm more concerned about my ass at this point. This is getting real sketchy real fast. You stand at the window of your office and watch the living streets below, exhausted. For over a year, Anazote has been steadily simmering with unrest, like a soup pot over a well-stoked flame. They really like that simile. The endless feud between the Archduke and the Overseer, the first trials against nobles, insurgencies flaring up all across the Empire. It's not just here. I guess it's across the Empire. I have evidence, but it said that I have to have justice at 8. My justice is at 7. So I'm worried. Grim, heavy, dark red storm clouds now hang in the sky above Anazote. Excuse me. Preachers of the new faith fill the streets, urging the people to reject the lots. The abbot of the temple at the Silver Tree, Father Lenny, has turned the city's most ancient church into a new believer stronghold. Commoners flock to the squares in droves. The mobs grow bolder and bolder as they demand new freedoms and protection under the law. Commoners have begun forming armed militias. The last straw insurgents commit brazen acts, hoping to overthrow the authorities. The nobles of the sword demand that every mob be dispersed by force. They are ready to fight for their ancient privileges, sword in hand. You cast a glance back at your desk, still covered with piles of paperwork for Aten's case. You have been working on it for over 2 years now, close to 6, I think. This case will have to reach a conclusion someday, but when? Will you be able to free yourself from the mortal peril into which it has drawn you? Your thoughts are interrupted by heavy footsteps and clacking hooves. The square in front of the prefecture quickly clears as workers and merchants do their best to flee. A legion battalion is advancing on the prefecture. It is led by Dorius Aten on horseback and in full armor. He rides right up to the steps. The square resounds with his commanding voice. Oh boy. Oh boy. I am Dorius Aten, High Commander of this province, and I have come to demand justice. I have proof that a judge named Powerlines Brante has been collecting slander for years, seeking to tarnish the Aten name. I have already warned this judge, and I will not stand idly by in the face of an insult. To accuse me is to undermine the rule of the Arcanians, our noble traditions, and the sacred order of the Empire itself. I demand that a stop be put to this campaign of defamation. I expect Judge Brante to burn his so-called case right now. Until that happens, my battalion is under orders to treat all those who serve at the prefecture as traitors to the crown. No one will leave this building until I see these vile accusations against an Arcanian dynasty burned to ash. El Borne comes rushing into your office. He is pale as a ghost, but trying his hardest to remain composed. Hi, boss. How you doing? Powerlines! Aten has caught us off guard. I know we should have begun his trial much sooner. Where were you 2 years ago? Ah! He has the upper hand now. No one will come to our aid, must give Aten a reply. Where was this 2 years ago, Borne? Your plan sucks. Borne, you waited too late. You waited so long. I already banned the dueling court. Where were you? Ah. It'll all be up to you, Brante. Dude, he is roaching out on us. Borny is a son of a bitch. This is it, the moment of truth. How will you respond to Otten's ultimatum? Borny, you bastard. Without saying a word, you stare out the window again. The sky is dark and overcast, thunder echoing in the distance. The Legion soldiers stand still, awaiting new orders. On's horse is right by the stairs as he awaits your reply. What if we were out sick this day? That would have been really awkward. The past several years flash before your eyes. Cases and verdicts, threats, promises, decisions and deeds. Where have they led you, your career, your province? How will you approach the task of rebuffing one of the mightiest Arcanians in the province? It will all be decided now. Oh god. So we're not doing this, I don't think. Yeah. Okay. We have the evidence. Borny's not betrayed. And our justice is below 10, but greater than or equal to 7. It can't be at 10, because if it's at 10, then it's guillotines. What's the summon on to trial? That's if you don't have the evidence. Then you have to have your justice at 8. Okay. Bring on to the Court of Honor. Which is to have him get dueled by someone else. Or call for daddy. You respond on by summoning him to trial. You wield the power of the law. And you have enough evidence to indict even an Arcanian. We got it. Boys. Everything else turned to shit. But we got this. Borny, you're roaching out on us. And fuck you in particular. I did this all for you, Borny. And now you're roaching out on me. But it's all we have left, so we're going for it. You descend the stairs and walk to the door of the prefecture, ready to meet Otten face to face. You have worked hard to defend the rule of law within the province, and your efforts have borne. Borny. This is like Brante. Anyways, Borny fruit. That was stupid. Commoners, nobles, even Arcanians, all are now equal before the law. It is thanks to you that this change has taken root, both in and out of court. You have had to sacrifice your own career and your family's reputation. You have been intimidated and shunned by your peers. But now, you will see this through to the very end. On is not just any noble Arcanian. He is the High Commander of the province, the right hand of Archduke Melanidas. But he will stand trial nonetheless. But he will stand trial nonetheless. Your evidence is overwhelming, and after the people hear of this, the court will have no choice. The court, not the people, will have no choice but to find him guilty. You approach Otten and face him. He dismounts his horse, but clad in a full suit of ancient armor. The Arcanian is still a head taller than you? Is he wearing heels? What? Is he wearing, like... Is he wearing, what are those called? Platform pumps? Like, super high-heeled armored booties? What the hell? Why is he so tall? Here you are at last, Brante. You obeyed me and came out. A wise choice. But where are all the papers you are to burn? You stare down the High Commander and tell him that his case awaits him in the court of law to which he has been summoned. You hereby accuse Doris Ond of murdering 19 servants of the Empire. The trial will begin 3 days hence and is open to all citizens of Anazote. You vile wretch. How dare you give orders to an Arcanian? Or do you want me to round up the tally and make it 20? Oh, okay, I thought it said 17. No, 19. That makes sense. Okay. We're 20th. Got it. I was about to ask who the other two are. You do not even flinch at his words. Behind you, the pillars of the prefecture, the stronghold of law and justice, reach up for the sky. You notice people flocking to the square, taking heed of your voice. Have no fear, Judge Brante, they shout. Protect the judge! We lost everything, but we got the people, at least. The commoners formed a living wall between you and the furious Arachnean warrior. Battalion, prepare for battle. Disperse the mob. Bro's wild. But the Legion soldiers behind On are already faltering. Legionnaires no longer wish to tolerate the murderer of their brothers in arms. The battalion captain stares On, his eyes like daggers. Sheath your swords, he commands his men. About face, to the barracks, march. Abandoned, the Arachnean looks around in confusion, alone and armor-clad, like a painting of old brought to life. Traitors! You dare call yourself nobles? You all pay for this, every last one of you. As will you, Brante, your low-born cronies, and your foul court. On leaps into the saddle and flees the square, booed by the resentful crowd. You let out a loud sigh. Only now do you realize how incredibly tense you felt. Orochi's hand comes to rest on our shoulder. Look, after all this shit, we should have sailed this ship of Dorisan's case like 2 or 3 years ago when I was ready for it. But dumbass over here, El Borny, sat on it for like 3 fucking years. And ruined my life. God damn it, Borny. I am projecting all my faults onto my boss, and I'll do it again. We've won Powerlines. On has already lost, whether he knows it or not. Prepare for the trial. I've been prepared for 5 years! Borny! The sky over Anazote splits apart, showering the dust-covered streets with long-awaited rain. Why did he wait so long? The day of the trial has come. Dude, Borny waited so long that Dorius deadass Otten stopped trying to kill Tommy. That's how long it took him to get this shit going. Our boss sucks. Yeah, we? The day of the trial has come. The large prefecture courtroom is overcrowded. The gentry rarely if ever visit this place, to say nothing of the Arachnean dynasties. But this is an unprecedented occasion. The man about to stand trial is an Arachnean, one born to rule. Dorius of the Otten dynasty, High Commander of Magra. The Archduke's second in command. All of the elite provincial aristocracy is here today to show their support for Otten. You see Magistrate El Vorman among them, as well as many other nobles you have angered as a judge. The noblemen are restless, clutching uneasily at the hilts of their swords. Prefect El Borne, Orochi, presides over the trial. Gaius Tempest occupies the seat of honor next to him. The overseer's face remains coldly indifferent. Your time has come. You walk to the podium step after step, the weight of their gazes on your back. Thanks to your efforts, commoners and nobles must now face trial equally. Those born to rule have no choice but to submit to the justice system. Step by step, the future depends on what you are about to say. You begin the opening statement for the prosecution. First, you say that Sir Dorius Otten, a high-born noble, has been found in violation of the Emperor's ban on dueling, with ample evidence to that effect. Enough of this. Dude is mauling. Look at him. I've already wasted far too much time on this pathetic trial. So you want my money, Judge? Very well, I'll pay all the fines. The On bloodline can afford them and more. But I was born into my lot, and that lot is to wage war and kill. Thus do I serve the divine design, and no once low-born human is going to teach me how to live by my lot. In the sight of Gaius Tempest, a fellow nobleman born to rule, I demand an end to this disgraceful farce. May no Arcane ever be summoned again to this filthy courtroom, fit for peasants and petty merchants. The stalls grow silent. All eyes turn to the overseer. Gaius Tempest winces and knits his brow. He casts a glance over the nobles gathered in the courtroom, then nods for El Rochi to continue. In one sense, Sir Auden, you are correct. It is truly disgraceful to see an Arcanian stoop so low that he must be brought before this court. The trial will continue, Sir Brante. Please conclude your opening statement. You move on to the core of your accusation, speaking with such force that it shakes the stalls. Auden has not merely violated the dueling ban, he has taken lives of at least 19 of his subordinates, all loyal servants of the Emperor. This is murder. It is an act of sabotage against the Legion. It is treason against the Emperor himself. You speak these last words right in Auden's face. All the grumbling voices from the stalls immediately grow quiet. The High Commander turns pale with fury. Hey Ace, what did you miss? You missed a lot. Mom died. Gloria got shipped off to marriage. Nate killed himself, but he's doing better, but we don't know where he is now. We lost our girlfriend. She turned into a Cthulhu elf. The family broke up. Dad left. We don't know where Stefan is. We're living in a bachelor apartment, eating nachos that we cooked in the microwave because we don't know how to use an oven. We got caught in a gunpowder revolution, and we kind of got fired for a month, but we got better. And now, after our boss Elborny sat on our case against Auden for like 5 fucking years too late, it's finally come to a head, and we're finally suing Auden. Oh, and Tommy got married. Our BFF Tommy got married. I think that's it. So, yeah. We lost everything. Gloria torpedoed us after all. The only thing we have left is nailing Auden to a cross. It's all we got left in our life, man. But it's ours. Basically, we saved Tommy. We saved our BFF at the cost of our family because of Gloria. And Borny. So, we found out after fucking around is what you missed. It's been an eventful few hours. We got some W's, but the L's we took, I don't know if they were worth it, man. So here we are, suing Auden after all that. Jesus. When I put it all out there like that, it's like, oh, a lot happened. Gaius Tempest, you are an overseer. You hail from the Emperor's own bloodline. Are you going to allow this unprincipled human scum to decide an Arcanian's fate? Why, this is nothing more than a bid to seize power. The very power that has flowed through our veins since the Empire was founded. Gaius Tempest rises from his seat, his calm countenance twisted with rage. The Imperial Court of Justice is that very power. Muffled gasps and quiet cries echo from the stalls. The High Commander grits his teeth and stares defiantly at Gaius Tempest. Oh, excuse me. Also, I'm gassy because I had tacos. So excuse my belchy. Eh. Then you are the traitor here, Your Grace. You are the one who has betrayed the province, nay, the entire empire, by condemning us to the mercy of the humans and their lowly, dishonorable law. Archduke Melanidas is the only one who still remembers his honor as an Arcanian and a noble, and justice is on his side. I say this before the entire aristocracy of Anazote. The nobles in the stalls, who have come to stand with On, recoil in terror. His supporters retreat further into the recesses of the courtroom. Bro. Look, it cost us everything. But at least we won the battle. It cost us everything, but we won the battle. You are mad, On. Be quiet, or I shall silence you permanently. Proceed with the verdict, Prefect. El Rochi exchanges a meaningful glance with you and ascends to the podium. Dorius Auten, for violating the ban on dueling, manslaughter of imperial servants, and treason against Overseer Gaius Tempest, this court hereby deprives you of your sword and sentences you to eternal exile from the province of Magra. Auten stands still, unmoving, unflinching. The Gendarmes cautiously approach the Archnean to take his sword. Auten suddenly draws the blade himself and hands it to the officers of the court. Auten's sword comes to rest in your hands. The entire courtroom watches you holding its breath. Raising your old nemesis' weapon above your head, you turn to face the courtroom. You snap Auten's. All of that, we didn't even get the war trophy. I fucked around and I found out I won the battle, but I lost the war. The venerable old steel shatters with a ringing sound, reduced to pathetic, broken fragments. Blood trickles down your arms, but you do not notice the pain. On's eyes are dead and empty as he stares at you. He staggers to his feet, stumbles out the door and walks away. His steps echo loudly in the deafening silence of the courtroom. Dorius Auten, once the High Commander of Magra, has been stripped of his sword and banished to exile. Your bloodied hands still clutch the verdict. Today marks the precedent, the likes of which the Empire has never seen. The old ways will never be the same. Thanks to you, change has been put in motion today. There is no stopping it now. And it cost us everything. I hope they enjoy this piece. Yeah, we got justice for Tommy. I'm glad for Tommy, but Tommy didn't even need this anymore. This case was for Tommy, but Tommy got married and got his golden parachute and fucked off. Okay. I won, but I don't feel good about it. I lost everything, man. In the moments, it seemed okay, but winning the court case cost us everything. Peaceful years are over. The storm of revolt is brewing in Anazote. Tomorrow will be the day when you will reap the harvest of all your deeds during these 8 years. Ugh. Ah! I don't like the sound of that. Hold on, let's go over it. So, Jesus Christ, in just 8 years. So, 8 years ago, we started our judge career. El Rochi got us into his bullshit. I regret this now. We got Protector of the People. We got a blueberry girlfriend who turned into a Cthulhu monster, and we betrayed for a reputation point, which ended up not mattering because we didn't get El Brante. We made a deal with Egmont, but he betrayed us and provided gunpowder to the revolution, which caught up to us, we got the evidence against Auten, and we got him. We got him. We banned the Court of Honor. We married off Gloria. That's still the biggest W. Honestly, getting rid of Gloria remains the biggest W. Mom died, but we knew that ship was sinking. Octavia became a Daedric prince. Gloria got shipped off. Tommy got his happy ending. He went to farm in the desert. I don't know what he's going to farm in the desert, but he's going to farm in the desert. And he's happy, so I'm happy for him. The Brante family broke. Yeah. We didn't even get one last talk with Stefan and Nate after all that. And at the end of it all, we convicted Otten. We won the battle, but I don't know if we won the war. I think we lost. We took some big L's. What could we have done to avoid so many L's? The biggest mistake was banning the Court of Honor. Because that put me in a position where it really fucked us over. But there was some other stuff. Tommy's gonna be a humble meme farmer in the desert, yeah. Okay.
At last, the day has come which would decide my fate, as well as that of my family, and perhaps the entire empire.
Well, our family is all
Day
gone, so...
of the revolt.
We're the protector of the people, so we'll be okay, right? Right? Okay, on his sentence. Revolt begins. Is this good for us? I don't know. Word about the sentence you passed upon the Arcanian commander instantly spreads throughout Anazote. The commoners are celebrating. For the first time, the law has proven to be more powerful than the ancient authority of the Arcanians. All over the city, triumphant crowds are assembling. The people praise Judge Brante and declare an end to their oppression. The outcries become more daring by the hour. Freedom from tyranny? Down with the noble yoke. Oh god. The authorities anxiously observe the people's revelry. El Borne receives orders from the magistrate to disperse the crowds with gendarmes, but he refuses to do so on the grounds that the people are unarmed and assembling peacefully. El Vermin is livid. The animosity among the ruling circles is quickly transforming into naked enmity. Humiliated, Otten refuses to comply with the sentence and go into exile. What is he doing? Is he just sulking? The city is on the brink of revolt. Whatever that dishonorable court may have decided, my duty is to remain in Magra and stop this maddened mob. Okay. The nobility of Anazote eagerly gather under Otten's banners. Outraged by his sentence, they assemble militia, ready to quell the disturbances with force. The news that Otten has refused to comply with the court's sentence infuriates the common folk. The crowds in the squares becomes larger. Gangs of armed commoners take to the streets. Remy El Vermin is already dead, his life taken by the verdict of the People's Courts. The People's Court? The People's Court? We get the chance to kill him, but I think that's a 20. We never got that 20. So, I don't know about that one. I don't know. I don't know about this People's Court either. He was strangled by the mob that broke into the city hall. The Chancellor's lifeless body now hangs just outside the window of his office for all to see. There is no stopping the revolt now, Sophia. But you know that after Otten's trial, your name carries weight in the eyes of the commoners. How will you use their support at this crucial moment? Okay, but Sophia... Where's... Okay. She isn't murderous against us. She just doesn't like us. So he might live? He's dead. He's dead. Okay. Okay. Interesting new stats. Interesting. The revolt. The general strength of the revolt, forces gathered by the rebels, solidarity amongst them, homogus, support for the rebellion amongst the townspeople. The outcome for the struggle of Anazote will depend on how strong the revolt will be at the moment of decisive collision. So it sounds like we want 6 to 8, or not a bloodbath, or do we want a 0? Huh. Common folk. Influence with the commoners. They trust us. Oh. We can seize leadership from Sophia, it sounds like. Nobles. Oh. So... interesting. Oh, so we can get some troopers. Okay. 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 This is gonna be interesting. I don't know which... Everything went to shit. I don't know what side I am anymore. For years now, Anazote has been simmering like a cookpot over a slow flame. The powerlessness of the simple folk, unable to change the old order, has gradually given way to rage. Finally, this anger became stronger than their age-old submission to the higher state and their fear of divine retribution. This rage was the spark that lit the fire of revolt. All of Anazote's commoners have risen up in rebellion. Workers, artisans, merchants, beggars. They all long to break free of the noble tyranny and the perpetual suffering that is their lot. The most daring among them have joined the last straw. The secret society has sent entire squads of trained soldiers out into the street. They hand out guns and bombs to the people, weapons that give them a chance to wage war on equal footing against noblemen descended from generations of warriors. But the most dangerous weapon the rebels possess is the People's Court. The commoners have claimed the right to sentence their enemies to true death. What? Is this actual sentencing like we do? Or is this them just killing the people over and over again? It seems like this is real. The first nobles executed by the last straw this very night served as proof that these sentences are real. For the first time in the history of the Empire, the divine force of law is in possession of not only the noblemen, but also the common estate. Among the rebels are many new believers. They are ready to take up arms to defend their faith and freedom from the lots. They are led by Lenny, the abbot of the temple by the silver tree. Prefect Orochi's allegiance remains unknown. The supreme judge has taken such pains to give the lowly estate more rights. Will he support a revolt that strives to do the same? Anazote has recently been rocked by a series of spontaneous assemblies and protests. The mob demands equal rights for all estates and freedom from the tyranny of the nobles. The authorities must recognize the new faith and grant the commoners the right to choose their own lots. By nightfall, the rebels had disposed of the guards and taken over the city gate. In a matter of minutes, Anazote was under their control. It is the duty of Overseer Gaius Tempest to crush the revolt. The Arcanine nobleman feared for his own position and power, so he was reluctant to punish the rebellious city as discontent slowly grew year by year. So he's incompetent. But the ensuing uprising has left him no choice. The Overseer has announced a full-scale mobilization. In the morning, the Legion will march toward Anazote under his command and attempt to return the city to Imperial authority with fire and sword. The expeditious arrival of the Legion is the only hope the nobles have left now that they are locked inside the city. Members of the higher estate, especially the old aristocratic families, fear the coming rampage and strive to keep order on the streets. Lenny is arguably the only good person. He's the one we know the least about right now on this route. Meanwhile, the Inquisition is led by Sister Yanni, is trying to stop the new believers and urging the people to reject the revolts. Both groups are aware that if the rest of the province follows Anazote into rebellion and chaos, the empire itself and divine order will begin to crumble. After nightfall, the city grows quiet. Its courtyards and squares are empty. In mansions and palaces, hasty negotiations are held, and schemes are concocted. In dark cellars, a revolt is being prepared, and army units are gathering. Parishes are getting ready to defend the temples of the new faith against the Inquisition. All citizens, rich and poor, common and noble, are arming themselves, some with ancestral swords, others with cleavers. Anazote is preparing, waiting for dawn. Okay. As the Legion arrives for the assault, the rebels assemble into a militia and get ready to fend off the Imperial army. But there is little unity in their camp. Their leaders are already mired in power struggle. There are also defenders of the Imperial Order within the city walls. Members of the old aristocracy, soldiers of the Inquisition, priests of the old faith, commoners unwilling to defy the law and the twins' design. These people too refuse to lay down their arms. The first rays of the rising sun light up the horizon. This day will go down in history. Your entire life has led you to this moment. Step by step, you have made yourself the man you are now. Your actions today could alter the course of history, but are you ready to go the distance? Aye, aye! Ah! What will have become of you by the time the sun sets? I'll be real. I think we're gonna die. I think we're gonna die. I think we're getting guillotined after all that. Okay. Okay. So Legion is defeated. Revolt wins a decisive victory. We have to be leading the revolt. Revolt is greater or equal to 6. Troops greater than or equal to 2. And common folk equal 3. Okay. Peace with the Overseer. I think this would be the best option. Revolt up at 6. Troops at 1 or more. Common at 3. Clergy 2. Noble 1. Power is +3 or +4. City is defended. For some time they hold, but that's probably not sustainable. Revolt is defeated. Interesting. Surrender of the revolt. Anazote Massacre? The revolt led by Sophia wins at the cost of relentless massacre? Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Dark Times. The bad end. And we die. Let's try and avoid the Anazote Massacre. It's not good. It's not good. I'm thinking peace with the Overseer might be best. I think either Legion defeated or peace with the Overseer is best. But those are opposite ends. Family. No, family is gone. The family broke up. Family is gone. Family has fled. No, family is gone. Family is can't be saved because they're all gone. Well, we don't have to worry about the family at least. But for ourselves, we can roach out. Fair enough. Leading the revolt. Is that quote-unquote succeed? or replace? Defender of the Empire. You take the side of the defenders of the Imperial government. The rebel. I'm leaning towards... I'm not gonna lie, the only reason I want to do this is to replace Sophia, just to kill her. I already lost everything, so I don't have anything left to lose. So I want to at least go out getting rid of another worst girl. Can we get rid of Sophia? Sections that open this chapter of the revolt. Yeah, not chosen yet. Okay. Interesting that the nobles cautiously support us. I'm not sure why they would after everything we've done. Okay. This is going to be an interesting one. This is going to be a quick chapter, it looks like. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of leaning towards loyalists. Just because I don't want to get guillotined, and I don't really want a rebellion. I feel like I could either roach out or be a loyalist. I don't know. The crimson sun slowly rises above the horizon. You make your way through a city in chaos, carefully observing what is happening on the streets. The rebellion is flaring up again after a night of calm. Once again, the commoners are taking to the squares in droves. The grim resolve in the rebels' eyes speak volumes. They are determined to seize their freedom or die trying. There are others, however, who are huddling inside their homes, locking their doors and praying to survive the revolt unscathed. With every passing minute, you see more and more people carrying banners. They bear a hand clutching a lantern, the mark of the last straw. The conspirators have left the shadows at last. They hand out guns to the common folk, using these last precious minutes to quickly teach them how to fire them. The artisans are out on the streets too, cobbling together makeshift shields out of wood and nails to protect against the nobles and their blades. Fortunately for the rebels, the nobles remain divided. The old noble bloodlines have sided with Dorius Otten. The Archne has sworn to bring down the revolt by any means necessary. His noble militia now stands guard in the Silver District, where the city's most eminent aristocrats have their homes. They represent the greatest threat to the revolt. Many nobles of the mantle, however, are all too eager to violate their oath of fealty and side with the rebels. Though noble to serve the Empire, they no longer want to suffer under the boots of the high-born Archneans and human gentry. But there are many more who are still undecided. Soldiers and lower-ranking officers of Legion, from the city's garrison, officials and functionaries. They have all found themselves caught between the Overseer's orders and the People's revolt. That's a cool-looking flag. That's rad. Many of them are biding their time, hoping the Legion or the Prefecture will spring into action and quell the unrest. But the Prefecture has yet to react. The city prefects, or El Bonne, El Roche, still not made it clear which side he's on. El Roche turns out to be the roast. I thought he was really cool, but no, he's just a fucking idiot. This is all because El Roche let it happen. Same with Gaius. Even the clergy has been swept up in strife. Abbot Lenny is gathering new believers for a procession to the Silver Tree, where people will elect a new patriarch. old believer priests and common folk who prefer to cling to the lots and save their souls stand in opposition. Even the Inquisition, whose duty it is to protect the Church and the twin gods against heresy, has been tainted by this schism. The true fight for the fate of Anazote will begin in a matter of hours. You have had 8 years to curry influence among the people of the city. It's time to put your connections to the test. Who can you sway to your side? Who will be willing to sacrifice their lives and fight for your cause? We could use willpower. We can also go rebel. The revolt is at 4. That would take it to 5 and put it in a good position. The officers and soldiers of the Legion garrison the city. They're all but ready to fight for the revolts. We don't have any willpower. And it looks like this is our only real option to go for. Huh. I'm worried that we'll lose the chance to get the boys in a rebellion if we bide our time, though. I feel like now may be the time for decisive movement. You know what? Fuck it. We are here because our boss, El Rochi Borny, sat on our case for 5 fucking years. I'm tired of sitting. We're gonna incite a riot among the Legion troops. Fuck it. Fuck Borny. Fuck Gaius. Fuck Anazote. Fuck the Empire. Our life is ruined. We may as well start a riot. We woke up choosing violence in this revolution. You head for the armory. The main forces of the Legion are still several hours march from the city. The soldiers stationed here must be wavering. They may yet join the revolts. Soon you reach the ancient barracks built of ruddy stone. The Legion soldiers standing guard around it are exhausted and anxious after a sleepless night. They will not trust an unfamiliar face. However, some of them recognize you. As Judge Brante, let him in. The air around the barracks is thick with alarm and unease. The officers are forming squads to hit out and break up the crowds, but the soldiers are already on the verge of a full-blown mutiny. The only thing keeping them in check is an age-old fear of their betters. You waste no time. In the middle of the square, in front of the armory, is a platform. You leap onto it and address the soldiers of the Empire. Warriors of Legion, Powerlines Brante, the defender of the common people against the Arcadian League, has something to tell you. Do you know what happened to Tommy Hero, the Legion captain who was rescued from Commander On's clutches? Look, we ruined our life for Tommy in On's case, so we may as well see it through. You have their attention now. Many of them are aware of Tommy and his plight. You continue your impassioned speech, their eyes trained on you. Captain Huero was a soldier just like you. Have you all earned a military rank and the right to serve, just to grovel in the dirt before the Arcanians? You are nobles of the mantle, but the Imperial authorities will continue to treat you like dishonorable rabble until you force them to reckon with you. Today is the day when soldiers must join the people and cast off the chains of Arcanian tyranny. A fiery shout cuts your tirade short. The garrison commander has had enough. The enraged old nobleman jabs a gnarled finger at you. Look at this dude. Traitor! You dare call yourself a nobleman? Seize him now! You are servants of the Emperor. The soldiers do not budge. They watch you intently, waiting for your response. That's an order! Are you deaf or just stupid? You cast an arm forward and bellow. Down with tyrants! Kill him. Do it. Do it! A legionnaire sword pierces the old nobleman's chest. He collapses to the ground with a heavy thud, like a sack of old clothes. Slowly, his body dissolves into shimmering ash. The old officer still had lives to spare, but by the time he returns to the living, history will have been written without him. The invisible fetters of terror that once bound the legionnaires have been shattered. They make quick work of the remaining officers. After the mutiny, many soldiers throw away their uniforms and flee, but the rest of them line up in front of you. When legionnaires bang their swords against the shields, you command them now. They only have one goal, to put an end to the old regime. Do you have what it takes to realize their hopes and guide them to victory? It's time to find out. The sound of gunfire fills the streets again. The lull has passed. Okay, we got a regiment. We're cooking. We sided with the revolt because we already ruined our life. So we may as well ruin the empires. Okay, rebel. The peace conditions are a bit hefty. Where are we now? We're like around 1, I think. So we need above 3. 3 or more. Clergy will be hard to get. Common folk will be hard to get. Nobles don't matter anymore. The revolts we need up. Okay. Either way, Sophia has to die. I'm okay with this. We have to kill Sophia. Hopefully sooner rather than later. Remember, Sophia is just Gloria. We have to kill her. The sun rises higher and higher. Your carriage is hurtling down the street, making its way through the crowd with great difficulty. Many barricades have appeared overnight, made of old boards and rotten ash. You have to reach the prefecture as soon as you can. The gendarmes and judges' reaction to the revolt could be decided at any moment. Any word from Sir Rochi, no, even the slightest sign from him, could determine their allegiance. We have to kill Rochi. The Silver District is empty now, populated only by a searing wind sweeping light debris across the cobblestones. You smell smoke. A noble house must have been set on fire nearby. You hear hooves clattering in the distance. There is not a soul around. All you can hear is a fountain burbling in a small square, mixed with gentle, melodic laughter. You yell for the carriage to stop. Those graceful movements, that clothing so light and airy, that thin, slender figures playing and splashing in the water. The rays of the sun dance and glitter on its golden skin. A freakish high elf ex-girlfriend. She's not even a Dunmer. She's a fucking high elf. Look at that inbred piece of shit. That hot, carefree day flashes before your eyes. Sound of the carriage on the cobblestones, the handkerchief dropped on the ground, and when our ex-girlfriend had her guards beat the shit out of us. Does Octavia still remember how you first met? This creature does not have anything in common with the prideful Arcanine lady you met here all those years ago. The creature that was once Octavia's laughing, as though she cannot see the ruined streets around her. You come closer. You feel a strange, involuntary sense of calm next to this bizarre creature. There can be no hatred in her presence, no pain, no suffering. She raises her large, pitch-black eyes to you. Her voice rings with genuine elation. Her eyes are so big because she got turned into the Eltari. So now she became an high elf from the Elder Scrolls, basically. Ex-Octavia, that's her name. That is her name. That's her written name. X-Octavia. X-Octavia. Do you see it all crumbling now? It's the old world dying, collapsing under its own weight. Do not fear it. It's not a bad thing. This is how it has to be. You live in the dream of the one called Octavia Melanitis, human who bears the name of Brante. This dream will end soon, and then it will all be gone. Your empire, your estates, your lots, your shining pillar. And you, human named Brante, will be gone too, and the great mind of the Latari will leave this dream and move on, beyond our borders, beyond all limits. What great joy that moment will bring us. The creature that was once Octavia stretches her thin arms towards the horizon, where smoke already wafts against the backdrop of the sky. The screams of the riding crowd are drawing closer. This being is not of this world, and is utterly helpless, especially here in Anazote, in the middle of a rebellion. Ah! The fate of the woman you knew as Octavia Melanitis is in your hands now. Get her out of the city. Huh. So that was if we didn't try and turn her into her dad. Huh. Interesting. We can only part ways with her because we tried to turn her into her dad for a reputation point, which ended up not mattering because we couldn't become El Brante because we fucked up in other ways. Well, the destiny of this transcendent creature is none of our concern now. See ya. Thanks for the booty calls, I guess. Her large pitch black eyes are watching you, but you remain silent. Whatever connection you had to Octavia Melanitis, it is gone now. The fate of this bizarre creature is none of your concern. She can follow her inscrutable path on her own. The creature that was once Octavia hangs her head in sorrow. The saddest thing about the death of this world human named Powerlines Brante is that you are so tightly bound to it. You will burn along with it. We will mourn you as you fade away. Goodbye forever. The thin, slender, ethereal figure hops from the edge of the fountain onto the cobblestones. She turns her back to you and walks away down an empty street. The eerie calm she emanated remains with you for a while, but soon dissipates. Only the acrid smell of smoke remains. You shake your head and wrench yourself back to reality. The Roach, the prefecture. You need to hurry. Octavia left the world without a trace. Fair enough. Ice cream machine broken. Fair enough. Have a great day. Sir Roachy's choice. Bruh. I'm so over Roach. If I get a chance to get rid of Roach and take him over and seize the Gendarmes for myself, I'm doing it. He's the worst. He's not Gloria and he's not Sophia, but he fucked us. I got nothing left to lose, so I may as well take him with me. It is noon. A large crowd has gathered in the prefecture square. The Gendarmes form a line in front of the stairs, clutching their cudgels nervously. The commoners keep coming. The mob keeps growing. They call out to the windows of the prefecture. Their screams are deafening. The Roach sides with the people. Gendarmes, judges, join us! The people need you. It's now or never. The rebelling citizens demand the prefect take a side. This decision must not be made without you. You have to get inside. You push your way through the dense crowd until you reach the Gendarmes. So Brante, I thought you'd been captured. Man, let the judge through. I like Linod. He was cool. He was always cool with us. He was the kind of guy who'd take a bribe, but he was generally cool. He knew how to play the sides. Tell the judges to make up their minds. The people haven't attacked us yet, but you never know. The main hall of the prefecture is stuffy and crowded. The din of voices is as loud here as outside. Almost every judge in the province is here now, save for those who stayed home or fled the city in advance. Most of them demand that the prefect disperse the crowd. Augustine de Roche is on the podium in the courtroom, looming above the indignant judges. No, I will not sick the gendarmes on the people. It is the prefecture's duty to listen to the emperor's subjects, not force them to be silent. If we disperse this crowd, it will only fan the flames. Graben. And what of the overseer's orders, Sir Prefect? We have to quash the revolt while we still can. Tell the gendarmes to do their duty and protect the city from these riots. Or do you want the so-called People's Court to hang us all? Have you forgotten that the last straw in the freak Sophia? They're executing people left and right as though they're wielding the divine law. Do you really think you'll be spared? The judges applaud Graben, even those who believe to be the prefect's most ardent supporters. This unrest needs to be quelled with words, not clubs. If we turn this demonstration into a bloodbath, there'll be no stopping the carnage. I'm just here for the troops. I'm just here for the troops. Give me your gendarmes. Your gendarmes. Give them to me. The prefect frowns in consternation. The wrinkles on his forehead grow deeper. He casts another glance around the courtroom and notices you standing in the doorway. Await for willpower and a revolt point. Convince Borne to stop being a fuck. We lose nobles. Support the Brony plan. For a noble point, for a common point, which will calm down the revolt, which we don't want. We don't want that. We want his troops. You convince the prefect to openly side with the revolt. We're gonna lose a noble point, but that's okay. We can get more nobles. We'll be the new nobles. It'll be great. Trust me. I already ruined my life, so I'm ruining the empire. Everything is wrong? Yes. Everything is wrong. Rolled as a fuck. Kill them all. You start elbowing through the agitated crowd of judges and make your way up to the podium. You stand to Borne's right. The Roach acknowledges you with a friendly nod. Let Judge Brante speak. You address the judges. It is the prefecture's duty to mete out justice. The common people of Anazote have rebelled not because they are disobedient, but because the judges is hypocrisy and the nobles is tyranny, because the law has been flouted at every turn. That is why all of us, the judges, the gendarmes, the entire prefecture, must demand true justice from the imperial regime. We must join the people and fight for it. You turn to the Roach. It is time for the highest judge in Magra to proclaim that the prefecture has sided with the revolts. The Roach is stunned. The judges watch the podium with sheer terror in their eyes. We walked in and chose violence. The Roach is now our puppet. The Roach does what we say. We gave him way too long, and he ruined our lives by making us sit on the Otten case. That ruined our life. Fuck this guy. Traitors, to arms! What are you gonna do, you fat bastard? You fat fuck. A dozen judges unsheath their swords and rush to the podium, with Graben, the lard-ass, the Tubbalard, in the lead. You barely manage to draw your blade in time to deflect their furious blows. Brante, move back to the wall. Nothing bad ever happens in the corner. The Roach draws his sword and comes to your aid. He clearly struggles to wield his blade, but together the two of you manage to fend off your attackers. Based! Look, Captain Lenaud is cool. Captain Lenaud is cool. He He's playing both sides. He's just here for the suffering, and he's here for the violence too. Look at this face. This is the face of a man who is just here for this violence. So he's with us, because we're choosing violence. The gendarme captain runs into the courtroom, followed by his subordinates. The defiant judges, now greatly outnumbered, have no choice but to lower their weapons. They glare at you and the roach, their eyes brimming with hatred. There are so many of them, so many judges who would never forgive your betrayal. We can get more. You betrayed the Empire today, Prefect. You betrayed your own estate and your very honor. It's all thanks to that upstart Brante. You'll pay for this. The roach turns his back on the captive judges and begins giving orders to the gendarmes. We let him give orders. Jail anyone who drew his sword on me and Sir Brante. As for the rest of the judges, you are still my subordinates. You may either follow my orders or join Sir Fakkegraben in the dungeon. You, the roach, and the gendarmes leave the courtroom and walk out into the stairs in front of the building. The judges who have chosen to side with you follow awkwardly. The prefect casts his gaze over the people gathered before him. The mob has grown to fill the entire square, spilling out into the adjacent streets. People of Anazote, I, Prefect Augustine El Roche, on behalf of all the judges and gendarmes of Anazote, say this: we stand with the revolt. The mob explodes into deafening cries of elation. The judges are with us. Hooray for El Borne, hooray for Brante. We'll win our freedom yet. At least we avoided a bloodbath. What? See, Lenard knows who's in charge. He knows El Borne is just a figurehead. He's our puppet. Lenard knows to stick with us. You see? You are about to respond to the gendarme captain, but are cut short. You hear hooves clacking toward the square, coming from the Silver District. The people at the edges of the mob begin to scream in terror. Confusion and fear ripple through the crowded square. Whiters are coming. It's on his noble militia. Oop. Yep. We made him do a fucking thing for once in his goddamn life. Alright, so we need 6 to 8. I think, or was it 8 to 9? I don't know, whatever. I don't know if we'll be able to kill Un, because we only have a violent stat of 18, because I fucked around. The searing sun looms high in the sky above the rebellious city. The square in front of the prefecture is packed with commoners. Just a moment ago, they boldly demanded that the judges of Gendarme side with the rebellion. But now they are terrified. They fear the noble army that is coming for them. Their calls for rebellion are gone, replaced by frightened screams. Hooves thunder against the cobblestones. The earth quakes beneath their feet. The noble militia, led by Doris Otten, carves a path through the human sea. The terrified rebels roach out. Roach out! Yeah, dueling it was a 20 valor check, yeah. The gendarmes remain where they are, forming a tight circle around the prefecture in Dobone. The prefect calls out to the crowd, his voice hoarse. Everyone stay calm. Let them through. Do not draw your weapons. Un's riders push the mob aside and eventually reach the tall building. The Arcanian commander draws in his reins only when the gendarmes are all that separate him from the prefecture stairs. Prefect El Borne, how dare you disobey the orders of the province's rightful rulers? You have abused your position to appease the rebels and defy imperial rule. This inconceivable rebellion is your fault. It's time for you to accept your well-earned punishment. In the name of Archduke Melanidas, I hereby order you and your gendarmes to surrender your weapons. The Supreme Judge of the Prefecture maintains his composure in the face of this recrimination. I only obey the laws of the Empire, Sir Auden, not you or your runaway Archduke. Auden's face contorts into a predatory grin, giving him what he wanted. Excellent. You've had your chance to save face, old man. Instead of a dignified execution, you and your cronies will hang, like the foul rabble you betrayed us for. Auden lifts his sword skyward, prepared to order an assault. The riders behind him are about to attack. The gendarmes ready their clubs, their hands are trembling. They will not stand a chance against the noble cavalry. The mob begins to shift, about to flee the square. The fate of this moment hangs by a thread. Stay out of it, which we're not probably gonna do. The roach dies. I'm not gonna lie, I kinda wanna let the roach die. Get Auden's army to abandon. Ooh. I told you we could get new nobles. I told you we could get new nobles. Rouse the mob. Does this cost us willpower? That don't even cost us willpower. I wasn't expecting to steal his army. That's funny as fuck. Get them to reconcile. Fuck. Ooh, overthrow a Borny. Ooh. You know, I wish I could overthrow a Borny but stay a rebel. I guess that's this, but I need Auden's army. Because if I get his army, I get an army. I also get new nobles. Yep! Send it! To everyone's surprise, you walk confidently through the ranks of the gendarmes. The riders notice your raised arm and rein in their horses. The noblemen know who you are. You begin to speak, not to Auden, but to the militia. By the verdict of the Imperial Court, Auden has been stripped of his rank and disgraced. He no longer has any right to command the Empire. The law of the Empire is spoken. Why are they defying it? Flabbergasted at your audacity, Auden makes his horse prance. A menacing sight. The Prancer. Once a filthy commoner, always a filthy commoner, huh, Brante? Your preposterous verdicts mean nothing to true noblemen, and they never will. You only grin at his words. True noblemen are free to make up their minds. Auden is not their master. The riders grip their reins, hesitating. You speak to them again. Soon the city of Anazote will have new order and new laws. There's no stopping it. Why follow a criminal and a fool who doesn't give a damn about their future? True. The revolt is about to prevail, and when it does, all who opposed it will hang, but those who accept the new order will fight for it, will be pardoned. You swear on our noble honor. Joke's on them, we don't have honor. I vouch for the words of Judge Brante as the prefect of Magra. Surrender to us, good sirs, and your lives will be spared. Yeah, we had Auden's sentence at the trial. He was ordered to be exiled, but he didn't. He just kind of sulked. Shut your traitorous mouth. Follow me, men. Cut these rebels down. In a way, I like Auden, because he's just here for the violence and suffering, too. But he messed with our BFF. So we gotta go. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Jesus Christ. Blew out my fucking nose. Okay, that's better. That wasn't a sneeze, that was violence. God damn. The proud Arcane lifts his sword skyward and rushes at the Gendarmes. Not one cavalryman follows him. Aten smashes into the Gendarmes alone. He slices left and right with desperation so fierce, it seems as though he might be able to break through the Gendarmes' defenses, single-handed. But not even his skill as a swordsman is enough to oppose a company of trained men. In the end, Aten finds himself knocked from his saddle and shackled. Cowards! Turn coats! You're begging for mercy from this pitiful rabble. You'll die in dishonor and suffer forever at the foot of the pillar. We got new gods. Shut up. Shut up. You don't know our god. Shut up. But the noble militia has already made its decision. Their commander has been disgraced, and their morale has crumbled. The riders surrender their arms. Aten would not receive the same mercy. After his prior crimes, Dorius Aten has committed new offenses against the subjects of the Empire. His final trial awaits. The prefect turns to you. Judge Brante, you are familiar with Sir Aten's crimes. What is your verdict? He's not gonna even last on the way to the dungeon, bro. You pronounce your sentence. Aten is hereby sentenced to death by hanging. Let the people of Anazote see that there is one law for all. The mob around you explodes with elation at your words. Aten is stunned, shocked, unable to believe what is happening. He does not even struggle when the Gendarmes threw the noose around his neck. First time. The final realization dawns on the Arcane nobleman at the very last moment. For the first time, terror flashes in his eyes. Brante! He neck snap. This am well written. He neck snap. His neck snaps with a sickening crunch. Dorius Aten falls silent forever. Cries of victory fill the square. You have executed not just an enemy of the revolt, but an Arcanian and the former High Commander of Magra. Your verdict inspires the people with a sense of solidarity. In the blink of an eye, they arm themselves with wooden clubs, heavy sticks, and makeshift spears. The most audacious among them awkwardly try on the nobles' surrendered swords. The common people form squads and choose you as their commander. But it is far too early to celebrate. You have only fought off one assault. Prefect the Roach finds you in the boisterous crowd. Powerlines, her courage has saved the prefecture. I'm with you until the end because he knows that I'm his only chance out of this. Whatever you need from me, you will have it. Bro doesn't know how close he came to me letting Aten kill him. Just so he would die. He has no idea how close we came to that. We need to hurry now. The noble militia we've seen in the city pales in comparison to the forces of the Legion. I'll gather our forces at the prefecture and establish a unified command structure. You should find Abbot Lenny and aid him in any way you can. His procession must be en route to the Silver Tree by now. The enemies of the New Faith are waiting there, weapons in hand. They'll massacre each other if we don't stop them, Brante. The city is a powder keg with a short fuse. More fire and blood is the last thing we need. What we need is more allies, and having Lenny on our side is crucial. We need a spiritual leader who can unite the city against the Legion. You nod to the Roach. The fate of the feud between the two faiths hangs by the clash at the Silver Tree. You have to be there. You wish the prefect best of luck with his work, then muster your loyal forces and head for the temple. I'm a little confused because it's stated a couple of times that the Silver Tree is now a fortress of the New Faith. So I'm a little confused as to why there's a procession of the New Faith going there. Because it should already be held by them. And it never said that the Old Faith took it back. So I'm a little confused. We have an army. Yeah, we got an army. We got the common folks all on our side. We have the nobles who matter. Now it's time for the clergy. Okay, okay. We cooking. We cooking. I told you guys we could get new nobles. God, if I don't get an option to kill Sophia, I'm gonna be so mad. I'm gonna maul it out so bad. An enormous sea of humanity flows through Anizote, filling the streets of the Temple District. They are led by Abbot Lenny. The new believers. What's that? What's what? Is that who's in charge? Yeah, Sophia's in charge of the rebellion until I get there. The new believers walk peacefully behind him, many of them women and the elderly. They are unarmed, their faces show neither fear nor anger. They look pretty angry. They are so drastically unlike the throngs of rebels who are currently ransacking streets and looting noble houses. The procession slowly makes its way toward the temple at the Silver Tree. The temple has always been there, where patriarchs of the church accept their sacred duty, along with the heavy burden of responsibility for their flock before the twin gods. When a patriarch speaks, the twins pay heed. And every year, it falls upon the patriarch to proclaim in their sight how their world is humbly following the lot as it has been given. Long after the twins descended to our world, the patriarchs came to be elected at the conclave by the clergy. This tradition has continued for many years. Today, dozens of priests have come to the temple in spite of the unrest to conduct the rite and spare the twins' world from their wrath. But now thousands of commoners are walking to the same temple to elect the new patriarch themselves. You and your followers take a side street to the temple, avoiding the immense procession. My army. I remember her. She's an inquisitor and she doesn't like us. Soon, the square by the tree is packed, teeming, overwhelmed. But the stairs to the temple doors cannot be reached. A stalwart phalanx of champions of faith block the way, with the Yanni in the lead. They are joined by the Inquisitors, those who have decided to walk the path of the old faith until the very end. Why is there not a single good waifu in this entire game? I will not allow you into the temple, Lenny. These heretics will not make you patriarch. Father Lenny slowly begins to ascend the stairs. He does not argue with Yanni. The abbot simply faces her with a humble smile and gestures at the people standing behind him. Doubt clouds the champions' faces. Lenny's procession is truly staggering. Even if they are mere commoners, even if they are unarmed and empty-handed, there are simply too many of them to be stopped by a few dozen old believers. Sister Yanni, look at them. Are they truly heretics? All of them. They are just people, our brothers and sisters in faith. Why would the Inquisition treat us like enemies? We do not reject the twin gods, nay, we seek them with our every thought. You reject the law of the younger when you chose to seek your own lots. The champions of the faith are the chamber militant of the Inquisition, so that's the the loophole of the Inquisition to get around that they can't carry weapons. No, Yanni, it's the only thing we reject is Azatius' error. This argument has been going on for years, Lenny. I know each and every point you can make. Don't even bother. You will not enter the temple. She got big brows. She got brows like the gunnery sergeant from Full Metal Jacket. Ernie? What's his name? And all these people, you're just dragging them down to the foot of the pillar along with you. How can you still not understand this after so many years? What do you think you're doing, Lenny? Don't you fear the wrath of the gods? I do not, Yanni. When I become patriarch, I will tell the twins that we still love and revere them, just as we always have, even as we seek a different path to them. The twins will hear us. They will listen. They will understand. There will be no wrath of the gods. Oh, the Inquisition are wielding weapons too? That's fucked. Now, the new believers heed Lenny's words. They begin to firmly ascend the stairs to the door of the temples. The champions as swords do not deter them. Yanni watches the massive congregation approach her, her eyes filled with remorse. She raises an arm, about to give her final order. Champions of faith, protect the sacred temple, fight to the bitter end. You reach the foot of the stairs as she speaks these words. This is our last chance to intervene. Is there... We'll probably do this. Yeah, we're gonna do this. It's gonna cost us willpower, though. Wait. Lenny dies? Okay. Lead procession to the temple, which we can't do. Interesting. Hold on. Cassius over... Oh, so this is the clergy options. Okay, this makes more sense. So we had options at the courthouse, but now we have limited options here because we're a judge, not the clergy route. Order the priest to attack. The rabble. No. I know nothing about... Hold on. The revolt goes up +2. We get 5 willpower. True death. Buried alive. Jesus Christ. Oh, my volume low? Hold on. How about now? There we go. I've been messing with my audio levels, so that's why. It might still be a little low. Save the new believers from bloodshed. You need to try to get these people away from the temple. So this is the best option. It's going to cost us willpower. I'm a little worried about running out of willpower soon, though. Well, we already have one out. I'm worried about what we'll need willpower for in the future. But this is our chance for getting clergy points. Or we could walk away. Father Lenny is defeated, but not true dead like Yanni, which is interesting. Whereas in this, they both eat shit, apparently. Okay, we're gonna save the new believers. Oh, wait, we need a willpower for Sophia. Shit. You're right. Shit. There can never be peace between the Inquisition and the new believers. Sister Yanni is right. The dispute between them has been going on for years. Neither side will ever yield to the other. Right now, there is only one thing you can do. Rescue as many of them as you can from what is to come. You gesture to your followers hurriedly. Spread out and guide the people away from here, as many as you can. Go, in the name of the younger. The champions of the faith obey Yanni's order. They get into formation, begin advancing on the new believers, weapons in hand. The unarmed mob recoils in fears, but those in the front row are pushed from behind and driven into the blades. Blood splatters onto the stairs of the sacred temple. A woman's voice lets out a shrill scream. Panic spreads to the mob like wildfire. Chaos fills the minds of women and men. They begin pushing, pulling, dashing, recoiling like frightened animals. And the wars of the church keep advancing, unrelenting and lethal. Your men have reached the edges of the square. They try to guide the new believers down back alley, shouting, "Over here!" But for many of them, it's already too late. A mighty gust of wind rushes over the square. It roars, howls, almost screams, filled with remorse, agony, and wrath. Honestly, couldn't we have intervened with our army? The earth... Oh, maybe it's a good thing we didn't intervene. The earth begins to tremble beneath your feet. Before your very eyes, as though in some terrible nightmare, the roof of the sacred temple begins to shake and the pillars start to sway back and forth. Now! The world is turned upside down, like a kaleidoscope shaken by a massive hand. For several seconds, everything blends together. You fall flat on your back. Slowly, you come to your senses. You are surrounded by dozens of bodies and chunks of rock. Where the temple at the silver tree once stood, there is nothing. The grand, majestic structure is no more. It has been leveled to the ground. Remnants of its walls and roof are scattered across the square. The stairs that once led to it have been ground into gravel. A cloud of dust slowly settles upon the square. After the dust come the leaves. Thousands and thousands of leaves shed by the silver tree. They cover the corpses of the truly dead like a pale white shroud. The entire square glows as the bodies of those yet to be reborn dissolve into nothingness. There are so many that the light stings your eyes, even though the thick dust that still hangs over it all. Just how many people met their deaths today? Sister Yanni and her warriors are gone, buried beneath the rocks. The Order of the Inquisition Anazote is finished. You stagger to your feet and go to where you last saw Father Lenny. You soon spot the edge of his once white cassock pinned by a chunk of broken pillar. It takes all your strength to roll the heavy stone away and drag the abbot out from under the rubble. Lenny is wounded, but conscious. He looks around, trying to understand what has happened, then slowly falls to his knees. A loud groan escapes his lips. Blood and tears trickle down Lenny's face, mixing together. The abbot chokes on the dust. His eyes are fixed on the ruins of what once his temple, the bare branches of the tree piercing the sky like swords. I was wrong. The gods, they wouldn't listen to us. They rejected our faith. What do I do now, Powerlines? He knows me. What do I do? My temple, how will we live now? There's no hope left. This is the end. Shut up. Get some real gods like the Shadow. Lenny's words become incoherent, descending into a frantic babble. You speak to the abbot, trying to console him. All is not lost. You manage to save many people. You're not sure he can hear you now. He did his best. Yeah. Well, we did our best too, and everything got fucked up, so at least we're not alone. Defeated. Okay. He's not the new patriarch because new faith, old faith, it's the same. It's all based on the false gods. But you cannot wait for him to come to his senses. You have to take the lead, so you begin mustering your forces and getting ready to move to Empire Square. Enormous crowds of people are already on their way there, about to choose the leader of the Anazote Rebellion. The sun slowly begins to set. Bye, Yanni. See ya, bitch. We winning. I'm a little tuckered out. A little concerned about what that means for Sophia. It's been a big day. The sun is setting. The blood-red sky quavers, and the hot smoke from fires raging throughout the city. You cannot help but recall a passage from the lives of the twins, one of many pages Mother used to quote when you were a child. And the elder said, "Lo, I have cast a flame into the world, and I shall guard it until it begins to blaze." Could this passage be referring to today? You lead your followers to Empire Square. You walk around rubble, past abandoned carriages and unfinished barricades. There have clearly been clashes here recently. The dust of the departed is still rising into the sky. Thousands fill the square before the Chancellery, well over half the commoners of Anizote. The Chancellery has been under rebel control since noon. All Imperial officers either fled or were torn apart by the mob. Scraps of rumors and gossip reach your ears as you move closer. Did you hear what happened at the Great Tree? It's the Inquisitors! They started slaughtering folks. They grabbed them swords of theirs and started killing unarmed people. And then his procession made to the temple. A sign from the twins. All lies. The twins got angry. They destroyed them all under the tree. The temple's gone, I tells you. Gone for good. The crowd is on edge. Any dispute could explode into a brawl. A voice from the Chancellery stairs calls for another people's court. The mob turns as one. Is this the bitch? Several what the fuck? What? Okay. Mr. Man. Mr. Man with a wig. Several last straw rebels drag a handful of well-dressed nobles out onto the steps and force them to their knees. The leader of the executioners is a preacher with a mane of unkempt hair and the wild eyes of a lunatic. Father Fod. Fwad. The younger he speaks through us, he does. He gives us the power of his law, the power to punish our enemies, to execute them. Anyone who stands in our way is an enemy to the twins themselves. People, it's time to judge these enemies of the simple folk. What is your sentence? The mob roars so loudly, the square shakes. Death! True death. The last straw rebels ready their guns. One of the captive gets to his feet and speaks out defiantly. I remember him. Sorry, Friedrich. See, you dare call this pathetic freak show a people's court? You don't have the power. You never have, you never will. You think you can wield the power of the twins? Welcome back and we'll make you pay. The aged nobleman's last words are drowned out by a thunderous volley of gunfire. One by one, the nobles collapse, their bodies pierced by bullets. They remain where they fall. The mob gasps in amazement. There can be no doubt. The People's Court has the power to mete out true death at will. I doubt that. They're probably using magic or something. This is what will happen to anyone who dares to oppose us. All hail the revolt, all hail our leader. Ah, hail Sophia. No. Sophia's gonna lead us. She's gonna fend off the Legion. She's gonna bring justice, first to Anizote, then to the whole empire. She's gonna tear down the old ways and wipe all them tyrants and nobles from the face of the world. The mob explodes into an ecstatic chant. They shout one word over and over again. I'm not gonna say it, fucker. The enormous throng bellows wildly, eager to see the face of its leader. Well, I get a willpower at least. I think we're gonna end up with the bad ending with Sophia. What was the requirements? How do I watch what happens next? Overthrow. Oh, man. Literally all I had to do was have that willpower. Once again, I have fucked myself. Man. It feels bad, man. We don't get involved. We stay away from the mob and watch events unfold without getting involved. I don't feel good about this. I feel like Sophia's probably going to kill us too. You keep your men away from the crowd and observe the situation from afar. This matter will be decided without your interference. The door of the Chancellery swings open, and Sophia emerges before the thousands of people gathered in the square. Her silhouette seems to blaze in the light of the setting sun. She raises the clenched fist in the air, demanding silence. The enormous crowd instantly ceases its murmuring. No, I'm on Iron Man. I can't do any rerolls. Unless the very end gives me a reroll from the twins, I'm not sure. The voice of leader of the revolt rings with frigid fury. People of Anazote, today is not only the day we took up arms to cast off our shackles. Today is the first day of a new era. We will begin by taking back our city. We will eliminate anyone who dares to stand in our way. Then we will declare war against the old regime, against the entire empire. No mercy. Ugh. Upon hearing these words, even the most frantic rebels fall silent. A frightened murmur ripples the crowd, Sophia asking them to take on the entire world. I think Sophia's a bit fucking stupid. Cause where's map? Yes, Anazote is a very big city. It's only one city, and she has thousands of people. The rest of the empire has tens of thousands, or hundreds of thousands. I don't think this is going to work out how she thinks it will. Unless she has plot armor. What? Sophia lifts her hands high. Her eyes gleam with a yellow light. The mob involuntarily grows quiet and watches the leader rapt with attention. Sophia's golden glow is reflected in thousands of eyes. Oh, she crazy. She big crazy. That's right. War. No mercy. Nobles, defenders of the old faith, the tyrants of the old dream, they will all be executed by the people's court. Every single enemy of the Anazote revolt will be eliminated. Arm yourselves. Find and execute our enemies before the Legion reaches the city. And then, when the bell tolls, go to the walls. We will unite the entire city and take our freedom by force. The people echo Sophia's cry. Artisans, merchants, peasants from the outskirts of Anazote, they all take up arms and join the ranks of the last straw. The crowd storms the streets, ready to unleash its wrath against temples and noble houses alike. You lead your supporters out of the square. The time for the last battle has come. Okay. The watchman informed me that the Legion is only a few hours away. Will the outcome of the revolt be decided in combat, or is there a peaceful solution? Depends on the actions you take in the coming hours. Well, at least we're back at 0. I think we skipped revolt and jumped to French Revolution. I think we skipped a few steps. Oh boy. It is mere moments from midnight. The glow of the shining pillars barely visible behind the crimson clouds coming in from the north. Bloodbath is probably not good, no. At least, not while Sophia's in charge. Maybe if I was in charge, it'd be okay. But the darkness hanging above the city is dissipated by countless lights. Crowds of people holding torches, stakes burning in the square's houses aflame. The glow of the fires can also be seen from beyond the city walls. Legion marches down the road, inexorably approaching the gate of a city in the throes of rebellion. The final battle draws near. All forces that have chosen to fight the Overseer and the Empire flock to the city gate, where you have set up your base. Soldiers of the last straw assemble commoners in the squads and hastily arm them. Other rebels are led by the nobles of the mantle and former members of the Legion who have joined the revolt. The priests who have sided with you will spread the word of the twins from the city walls, attempting to convince the Legion soldiers to retreat on the people of Anazote to be free of the lots. Preparations are also in full swing at the camp of the defenders of the Old Order, who have established a foothold in the ruins of Char Melanidas' palace. Soon, their fate will be decided. Will they crush revolts with the Age of the Legion, or be crushed themselves by a new era? There is almost no time left, just enough for one last attempt to tip the scales in our favor. Will you spend this final hour appealing to one of your allies for help? Or would it be wiser to wait and muster your forces for the final battle? Will you attempt to defeat the Legion and the Overseer's army in combat, or persuade them to retreat without engaging in battle? The fate of Anizote is in our hands. We can see the roach for some noblemen. We can muster forces for willpower. I'm leaning towards the willpower because Revolt is already maxed out and we have nobles at 1. And I can't see nobles at 2 mattering at all. I mean, nobles could trust us, but I question if that would really make a difference. Yeah. I feel like willpower is going to be more important at this point, because we already have Rebellion maxed out. Yeah, I'm going to go for willpower. Your preparations are complete. All you need to do now is save your strength for a moment of truth. What's the text on this, curiosity? Win over the nobles who have yet to choose a side. Maybe that would be useful, but I feel like willpower would just be more important. Because there's been a big willpower action at every moment. And I feel like if we don't have willpower, we're going to eat a death. And we can't do that. This day has already turned out to be the most arduous of your entire life. And the hardest part is yet to come. You need to take advantage of this lull to clear your mind. Who knows? Perhaps your inner strength is what will decide the outcome of the coming clash. You walk away from the army's noisy preparations, sit on a parapet, and watch the city burn. Off in the distance, you can just make out the district where you were born and raised. Your memories bring you back to a time when you first walked these streets. In your mind's eye, you see young faces of Tommy, Stefan, the bitch. But that is no mention of Nate. But that is all in the past now. Midnight strikes. You can hear the menacing tread of Legion outside the city walls. The time has come. You order your troops to assemble and prepare to defend the wall. Alright. It's time for violence. Oh boy. We got the massacre. This is not gonna end well. The dark void beyond the walls of Anizote is lit by hundreds of lights. Heavy boots tread the soil, armor clanks, halberds gleam, drums beat a lively march. Lit by the glow of the torches, the Magran Legion approaches the city walls. Gaius Tempest himself leads the Legion. It is the Overseer's duty to crush the revolt this very night and pacify the city before news of the incident spreads throughout the Empire. If the Overseer's hesitation allows the revolt to last even a few days, it could jeopardize not only his position, but even the fate of the entire province that has been entrusted to him. What a dude. Wait, that looks more like Otten than Gaius. Is that racist? Did I just say that all of them look the same? All them blueberries? My subjects, lay down your arms this instant and open the gate. I know that you have been deceived by the insurgency. You have my word as an Arachnean ruler that I will spare anyone who aids the Legion and turns over the leaders of the revolt. Should you disobey this order from your lawful ruler, none of you will escape disgrace, execution, and eternal torment at the foot of the Shining Pillar. But the Overseer's threats only furthers enraged the rebels. An entire city rebelling against Imperial rule. Nothing like this has happened for generations. But not even experts in ancient history could have imagined what is happening on the streets of Anazote at this very moment. The decisions you made today have led the entire city to rise up against Imperial rule. By nightfall, everyone who has ever suffered from noble tyranny has taken to the streets in support of the last straw. Even those who began the day cowering in terror from the Overseer's wrath have now emerged from their homes and joined your cause. The commoners' fear has been eclipsed by their rage. They march through the city in droves, ready to dispense their own justice. By sunset, even the most loyal defenders of the Empire have come to realize that all hope is lost. The Loyalists have amassed considerable forces at Char Melanitis' palace, but they are too late. Hordes of furious commoners storm their camp, crushing any resistance. Exhausted and demoralized by the futile fights, many defenders of the Old Order flee mob justice or surrender and accept their death with dignity. The moans of those trampled by the incensed throng can be heard throughout the camp. Abandoned Imperial banners are hurled into the fire. Make way! Shut up, bitch. The crowd grows silent and parts before Sophia. The leader of the revolt is disheveled, her clothes stained with blood, but a predatory smile lingers on her face. Here, amidst fire and madness, she has finally found her place in the world. Just look at your former masters now. Pathetic, ain't they? They thought they could put us in chains again, but they dropped their swords at the first sight of us. They lied to you for centuries, telling you it was your lot to suffer and break your back for them. But look who's suffering now. I give you my word, tonight we're going to execute anyone who isn't on our side. Every single one of them. And then we'll feast among the ruins of the old world. The crowd roars, shaking their weapons in the air. Now the only thing standing between us and freedom is the Legion. But we'll take down the Overseer's troops, just like we took down the Emperor's lackeys here in Anazote. First, we need to get rid of the rest of the enemies and traitors in this camp. Bitch! Sophia takes a glance around the site of the recent massacre. Her merciless gaze stops at you. Brante. Bitch. Time has come. This moment will determine your place in history. Oh, that's gonna kill us. You refuse to destroy your own city. In despair, you appeal to the crowd, asking them to renounce Sophia and stop the carnage. Ugh. Stop the slaughter for another death. Ugh. Or flee. We roach out. Either way, I'm gonna die. Oh my god. Accept death. Yeah, so we're getting French Revolution here. That's what is happening here. Interesting. So the only way to not get a true death here is to have a positive relationship with Sophia and do the slaughtering yourself. So this is how we want to die or roach out. You cannot change the outcome of the battle for Anazote. See ya! See ya, bitch! You break into a sweat beneath Sophia's merciless glare. This is your last chance. You have to try to escape. Perhaps you can flee the city before it's washed away in a wave of bloody mayhem. Wasting no more time, you dash through the crowd, skillfully elbowing your way through the throng and dodging those who stand in your way. Cause a commotion and disappear into the bewildered mob. What happened to our army? I had an army. Brante's a traitor! Get him! But at that moment, the heavy footsteps of 1,000 boots are heard from the other side of the walls. Deafening gunfire echoes in the streets. The Legion is attacking. Forget him! We'll get rid of him later. Everyone to the walls! You force your way through the frenzied horde, squeeze through a crack in the old palace wall. Yeah, we learned the best from El Roach. Escape down the nearest back alley. Darkness blankets the city, dispersed here and there by the glow of the fires. You are one of many citizens scrambling to take cover. No one stands in your way. How can you escape a city under siege without being noticed? Even though you are alone, it's a difficult undertaking. But you have studied the darkest corners of Anazote quite thoroughly. You know where to go to roach out. Yeah, if I had just let the clergy kill each other, I would have been able to replace Sophia. So I eating lots and lots of L's. The din of the battle soon grows quieter. You are near the west wall, by some old ruins. There are no inhabited homes here, not even the campfires of tramps. No one but scroungers and scavengers have set foot here for years. Waste and sewage is brought here from all over the city. There it is, the sound of running water very close to the wall. The odor assaults your nostrils. You cover your face with your sleeve and try to breathe as little as possible. Rats scurry as you approach. You step on something soft that makes an unpleasant crunching noise beneath your boots. Trying to tread carefully, you approach the wall. The revolting stench makes your eyes water. Your stomach heaves. It is not the sound of running water. This tiny creek hidden under piles of trash used to be a spring. There is still an old drain in the wall. It is now full of foul waste that is slowly oozing out of it. The wall is not all that wide. As repulsive as the past may be, there's a way out. Do you have any other choice? We did once, but I fucked us. We're gonna Green Mile it, yes. The Brown Mile. This is the Brown Mile. There is no more time. Covering your face, you take a deep breath, hunch over, and plunge into the foul-smelling muck. After several lunges through the viscous sludge, you finally emerge, breathless, filthy, exhausted. On the other side of the wall, you are free. It is quiet and dark. You can barely hear the noise of the battle from here. What is happening, you can't tell. No longer our concern. You scrutinize the desolate horizon. What awaits you at the end of the road? How will the chaos in Anazote end? What fate will fall the rest of the Empire? We cannot say. Everything we struggled for was for naught. We left it all behind. But at least we managed to save ourselves. We ruined our life, but we kept it, boys. As you look back at your life, your choices and decisions, your failures and achievements, you realize one thing. This life is a tale that deserves to be told. Before you vanish into oblivion forever, you will tell your story. The story of a man named Powerlines, Brante. You take one last look at the city walls, then vanish into the wastes of Magra. Oh boy. The bad end happened. Yup. Well, it's not the bad end, it's a bad end. We flee the city. We roach out. We roach out from the Brown Mile.
Fire and blood engulfed the streets of Anazote.
What, I was saying it right the whole time? Anazote? I was just doing that as a joke. Ooh. It only took a few days for the entire Empire to learn of the revolt and the events that had transpired in Anazote. The unthinkable victory of the common folk over the war engine that was the Imperial Legion. The ruthless and fearsome leaders of the rebellion. The terrifying slaughter of the nobles, priests, and anyone else who stood in the insurgents' way. By the end of the second day, the revolt had reduced the city of Anazote to a charred, smoldering ruin. Fuck it. I ruined my life for Anazote. Fuck it. Thick, acrid smoke from the burning buildings and gunpowder blanketed the city. Bodies swung from ropes on every street. The results of the justice of the people's court, sprawled abandoned, lead-riddled corpses could be found in every square. The events of those days entered the annals of history as the Great Anazote Massacre. All I did was prop up least favorite character. No, you don't understand. I went into this final chapter saying one thing. I ruined my life, so I'm gonna ruin the Empire. And I did just that. But the rebels, see, it's all about framing. I didn't prop up my least favorite character. I ruined the Empire with her, used her to ruin the Empire. See? That's how you spin it. But the rebels were not content. Having purged all their enemies from Anazote, they immediately began to march across the province. Every town and village on their way was freed from the noble rule. As landowners fled in terror, the commoners abandoned their homes and armed themselves to fight beneath the banner of the last straw. The rebel army grew larger and stronger by the day. So began their bloody campaign of destruction. Wherever the rebels march, the old ways of the Empire collapse. They have no mercy, leaving nothing behind but smoldering ruins and the ashes of the dead. Age-old traditions burn as their ravenous flames consume town after town, city after city. The old noble dynasties are amassing their own armies beneath the banner of the Tempest to fight off this chaos. But the rebel hordes are already approaching the capital. There is no stopping them. Sophia's dream of waging war against the old world has begun. Regardless of the outcome, the Empire's fucked. The communist state achieved its goals and won the rights and freedoms it sought. Liberated from the noble yoke, the people of Anazote became a force to be reckoned with. The old restrictions imposed on industrialists and merchants of the common lot were lifted. The lands and estates of the noble families that fled the city were seized. Now the citizens had to learn to govern their city and manage their lives all on their own. The coming war does not frighten the people of Anazote. They are already rallying other cities in the province to their cause. They will not surrender their hard-earned freedom without a fight. The clash between old faith and new faith continued. As a schism in the clergy grew, the people of Magra remained similarly divided. Neither doctrine has enough power to prevail over the other, so the venomous accusation and fervent disputes continue. The Inquisition is powerless to end the struggle. The strife between the faiths will continue to fester. For a second civil war, the people of the province and the empire will never be at peace until they decide which path of worship is the one that leads to the twins. The crises of the past few years have annihilated the province's former prosperity. The fertile fields have been scorched, the mines have been abandoned. There was no fertile fields in Magra. The factories stand idle with no one to work in them. The looming threat of hunger and poverty drives the people to back-breaking labor in the tried and true ways of their ancestors. Commoners flee the cities in droves and flock to villages and towns, hoping to squeeze some paltry nourishment from the inhospitable Magran soil. The province is on the verge of starvation. We're past the point of turmoil. There was a revolution, I don't know if you noticed. After years of unrest and strife, the people have grown harsh and bitter. The rebellion survives in the province's smaller villages and towns. Now and again, it manifests itself as petty acts of violence and insubordination. As respect for imperial law dwindled, gangs of criminals began to form and grow in power. Although the city of Anazote and the rest of Magra are mostly calm now, the new age has brought neither order nor peace. Turmoil still simmers beneath the surface, ready to spill out onto the streets at the slightest provocation. For many years after the result in Anazote, the people of the Empire told the tale of how the Elder Twin himself visited the mortal world once again. He donned the guise of a common mortal to seek out the truth of his own creation and settle a dispute with the younger, but no one helped him find the answer he sought. What? I have a thought on who that might have been. And so, as the legend goes, the Elder Twin returned to the pillar, never to descend to the mortal realm again. He died. We were there. We were there. Until the very end, the Arcanine Commander refused to acknowledge that the laws that govern the lowly lot held sway over him as well. And yet, thanks to you, he finally faced justice. The once renowned descendant of the Otton dynasty made an ignoble end on the gallows, a terrible blow from which his family never recovered. With the death of its last living son, the venerable Otton blood tide ran dry. I don't think it was the Nihilist Preacher. I think it was maybe Nate. Maybe. I'm not 100% sure. When the Roach saw firsthand the atrocities being committed on the streets of Anazote, he did what he could to urge the people to stop Sophia and her henchmen by any means necessary. But he was too late. He probably got killed. In the end, the Roach shared the same fate as the last straw's other enemies. Hey, it is what it is. Some roaches get got, others take the brown mile. The former judge faced death with dignity, showing no fear before the rebels' muskets. His face expressed only deep, bitter sorrow. Sor El Borne is remembered as one of the ringleaders of the Anazote massacre and the bloodthirsty rebellion that poisoned the entire empire. He died or something. Yeah, Roach got stepped on, but not me. We roached out properly. Lenny rode fiercely against the murderous executions perpetrated by Sophia. In an effort to end the massacre, he sought to reconcile the opposing factions. Lenny was labeled an enemy of the revolt. For crimes against the great cause, the People's Court sentenced him to death, along with its other perceived foes. He spent his final moments in prayer, tormented by the realization that he had unwillingly helped to precipitate this terrible slaughter. Lenny is remembered by the new believers as the greatest preacher of his day. But amongst old believers, he left an undying legacy as nemesis of the church who violated the twins' divine design. By the time the revolt had set Anazote ablaze, Tommy Hero was already living a new life with his family far from the city. It seemed as though he could finally enjoy a peaceful life off fuck. But a few months later, the rebellion reached the sleepy village where your friend and his wife had put down roots. A horde of rebels approached the village where they lived, and most of the villagers joined them, eager to loot and pillage their very own community. Tommy fought desperately for his life and livelihood, but he was torn limb from limb by his former neighbors. Ugh. Sorry. I'm sorry. The being that was once Octavia Melanitis departed from this world forever without a trace. It was as though neither the beautiful young Arcanine lady nor the enigmatic thing she became ever existed. All the knowledge of the Lottery was lost forever, along with the legacy of Octavia Melanitis. Ever since she was young, Sophia had been the living embodiment of hatred, the spawn of every hideous injustice committed in the Empire. She prevailed in the struggle for Anazote, and that victory finally revealed her true power. I hope she got backstabbed. Now Sophia casts her shadow over every corner of the Empire, her eyes blazing with the yellow flame, eager to incinerate every army and province in her path. No one can stop Sophia and defeat her bloodthirsty hordes. After the victory in Anazote, the inveterate rebel began a brutal war against the old order, a war that had seemed utterly unthinkable just a few years ago. A war of annihilation. Sophia is remembered as she wouldn't bane on it, except without the smarts. She just burned the world to burn it. The Brante family fell apart, rent asunder by squabbling and strife because of Sophia mainly. No, Gloria. They're so similar. Your family home grew desolate and empty long ago. None of you ever found a way to make peace, and in the end, your old grudges were stronger than the blood you shared. You remain strangers for the rest of your lives. After his family fell apart, Robert Brante left Magra for the northern provinces. There, in another city, he found employment at a local prefecture as an assistant judge. This minor post allowed Robert to eke out a humble existence, far from any power struggles or social turmoil. His family woes, once the root of his unending suffering, were finally behind him, leaving him with nothing but better memories. He remained alone for the rest of his life and passed away in solitude. Your mother, she died. We were there. Yeah, we were there. Having severed all ties with the family, Stefan had no reason to remain in Anazote. After abandoning his aspirations for the Brante bloodline, he fully dedicated himself to his own ambitions. Your former brother took on a new name, Stefan El Bonnet. He moved to the capital and began working hard to earn himself a place in the Emperor's court. Fair enough. But in the end, Stefan was too plain-spoken to survive in the realm of courtly intrigue. His bold and ambitious nature swiftly earned him a plethora of enemies at court. Before long, he was falsely accused of plotting against the crown. Stefan's attempts to exonerate himself proved futile, and his life and honor met an ignoble end. Gloria's new life as a nobleman's wife put an end to her youthful ardor. She never had that. When she moved to her husband's home, her fervent poetry and her struggle in the name of the commonfolk remained in the past. As time went on, she languished more and more in the monotony of her new life. After the Brante family cut all ties with her, Gloria felt all alone in the world and sunk deeper into melancholy by the day. Sir Jose El Plater offered her genuine love, but she never came to accept it. He tended to her with selfless, cordial care, but his efforts were all rejected. God, she is just the worst. Driven by despair, Gloria eventually attempted to flee but was caught. El Plater never forgave her for this. You know, fair. I don't blame her. Fuck it. Fuck Gloria. I don't blame him. Once she had been returned, Gloria's husband treated her like property, denying her any freedom whatsoever. And so Gloria remained stupid bitch. Fuck her. What did become of Nate? Your younger brother survived the revolt. When it passed, he found the strength to start his life anew. You had given him a glimmer of hope that he nurtured within his soul, and helped him accept the common lot as his path to the peak of the pillar. Yeah, she made herself miserable. He dedicated the rest of his life to prayer, toil, and humility. The suffering he had endured in his spiritual quest became the foundation of his faith. In the end, Nate departed Twins' final judgment without fear. So he became a tool. Okay. Granddad died a while back. Not even the afterlife did Gregor Brante see the realization of his great dream. His descendants failed to have the Brante name ennobled by the sword. The Brante bloodline was denied its chance to become one of the Empire's most eminent dynasties. The blood type ushered in by Gregor would never have another chance at immortality. Unable to affect the outcome of the struggle for Anazote, we roached out. We took the Brown Mile. But the Imperial authorities already know your name. You are wanted as one of the insurgents who started the revolt. A small fortune has been promised to anyone who can take you alive. The rebellion also remembers the name of Brante as a notorious traitor who fled when he could have led them to the moment of truth. The People's Court has already found you guilty. You spend the rest of your days in hiding, moving from one well-populated city to the next. You live your life on the run, hunted by the Empire, pursued by the rebellion's executioners. But, in spite of it all, your life has remained your own. And now on these very pages you will tell your tale. The tale of the life and suffering of Powerlines Brante. Oh. So, the game title wasn't a lie. This final stream of the game has been one long suffering arc. We got false hope early on, and it all came crashing down from my own mistakes. Anyways, we died again. What's up, God? It's me, your boy. Is this the same as last time? You look up, see two divine visages watching us intently. We have ascended, but first we must be judged. Open book. Lie prostrate. I think this is mostly the same as last time. Are we thankful to the gods for the life we lived? We are thankful? No. We're glad it's over. We are glad it's... Look, after that last chapter we had, we are glad it's over. Oh my god. We're just glad it's done with. Holy shit. They hear your answer. Compassion and remorse fill the immeasurable deep eyes of the elder twin. He turns to face his divine brother, who returns his gaze with an expression of stern remorse. What was your life to you? Struggle. For our beliefs, kind of. Service, creation, empathy, toil, suffering. We suffered a lot, especially in that last part, but we also struggled. I think we struggled more than we suffered. We struggled to... We really struggled. Like, the entire, like, first 4/5 of this run was just struggling against Gloria. And that was it. There was a struggle against Gloria. The elder twin bows his head warily, considering your response, but the stern visage of the younger brother already looms above you. Human by the name of Brante, what did you live for? Probably not principles. Freedom? Power? Kind of. No. Happiness? Kind of. Actually, happiness. Unironically. Because I really did want to get the best ending possible for House Brante, everyone included, including Gloria. Because I was convinced early on that I had to tow her bitch ass from sinking back to port. So yeah, this was a struggle for happiness. The younger's gaze lingers on your bare defenseless soul. What did we leave behind? Order. No. Our legacy is the Empire crashing and burning with no survivors. Change or legacy? I think legacy. Because our legacy is basically the revolution. We ruined our life, so we ruined the lives of the Empire. Did your life make the world we made better and more perfect? it became drastically worse. The elder twin speaks again, but we already know the question. The very same question that caused us so much suffering. What determined our destiny? Myself and I ruined it. Myself and I ruined it. And now we're the twinses. So, does Powerlines Brante belong in heaven or the foot? We did our best. I have upon auditing myself, I have concluded that I am worthy of heaven. Thank you. You gingerly grasp the fragile soul, lift it up, and turn to face your elder brother. You lift your sword. Your brother stands with arms akimbo, ready for the blow. The blade slices through his chest. Blinding light gushes from the gash. You bring the minuscule soul to your brother's chest, and it dissolves in the streams of shimmering luminescence. A tiny fragment of your shared creation has rejoined the whole. Brante is no more. Well, that was the life and suffering. That was the life and suffering, all right. I love this game so much. I can't wait to do my next run, but that'll be off stream because I expected to have to do more streams of this, but that turned out to be the finale. What do you know? So, I hope everyone enjoyed this game as much as I did. Like and subscribe if you did. Tomorrow at 1:40 a.m. Eastern, I'll be streaming more Honkai Star Rail as we continue this, the main story quest. Going into the epilogue in between story arc crap. So, I will see everyone then. Hope you have a fantastic Monday. See everyone later. Take care, everyone. Thanks for joining.